with our solar panel, and we're going to do the urban ag panel after that. So please make sure that you can continue to get coffee and breakfast. I think that's going to continue, right, for a little longer? Okay. So, good morning, everybody, and welcome. I'm Nicole Cook. I'm the Environmental and Agricultural Faculty Legal Specialist at the University of Maryland Eastern Shore. Excuse me, for the Agricultural Law Education Initiative. It's my pleasure to introduce Dean Moses Cairo, Dean of the University of Maryland Eastern Shore's School of Agricultural and Natural Sciences, who will officially open our conference this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. Well, good morning. Well, a very warm welcome to the 5th Annual Agricultural and Environmental Law Conference. Let me begin by just bringing you warm greetings from my counterpart deans from University of Maryland College Park, Dean Craig Beiruti, and Dean Donald Tobin from the Francis King Carey Law School. It's really a delight to be here for the 5th time now with this conference and seeing the conference still continuing to garner a lot of interest. Now, the Agricultural Law Education Initiative has now been in operation for serving the citizens of Maryland for nearly 7 which I consider very productive years, having seen what's been happening over that intervening period. During this time, the initiative has developed many highly impactful educational programs. The team reaches stakeholders through a variety of avenues, face-to-face meetings, online, and in many ways, the team has been exploiting all possible ways to ensure that it engages the stakeholders in an effective way. So in addition to the diverse ways that the team has been engaging stakeholders, this annual event was created to bring the diverse stakeholders, yourselves, together to engage in a purposeful dialogue about supporting profitable and sustainable farming in a time of ever-increasing regulatory challenges. We are therefore honored to have with us today leaders in the industry in areas of farming, law, government, and academia. So with the variety of panels that we have today, we encourage you to ask probing questions of the panelists and to take advantage of the opportunities provided to engage with the people in the room, those seated next to you, because the group is pretty diverse. The ALEI team also continues to actively listen to stakeholders, to farmers, in order to identify those challenges that are current and to provide legal education and resources to help farmers gain a better understanding of the laws and their impact on their operations. As Marylanders, of course, protecting our region's fragile natural resources is a critical aspect. But we want to be able to do that while also ensuring that our state remains a national leader in terms of innovation and agricultural production. So this year's program, once again, is packed with a whole range of experts in various panels, and they will address a number of current issues that are of interest and at the intersection of agriculture and the environment. In fact, typically we've had keynote speakers. This time we will have panels really leading the discussion to be able to really bring that broader perspective. As Ms. Cook said, the program will be changed a little, but all the panels are extremely interesting. So for the last 6 years, the ALEI initiative and the specialists that lead the initiative from the University of Maryland Eastern Shore, from University of Maryland College Park and Carey Law School, have supported Maryland's farmers by listening to farmers who have told them about their legal challenges. And they have then gone on and developed legal education programs and resources to help those farmers gain a better understanding of the laws and the impact on their operations. Like farmers across the state of Maryland, those farmers from the Eastern Shore are grappling with keeping up with an evolving environmental, food safety, and other regulatory requirements. And I think having a dedicated legal specialist out of UMES really underscores our commitment as a university to serving the needs not only of the Eastern Shore, but of the entire state. But having a legal specialist on campus has also allowed us to partner, of course, with College Park and the law school to be more effective in terms of how we leverage resources across the three institutions to ensure that we address the variety of issues, risk management issues, especially in areas such as food safety, farm marketing, conservation, easement leasing, and business planning for urban, new, and beginning farmers. And the effect of this collaboration, I think, is evident with where we are today. So before I close, I would just like to check if there are any students in the room. Are there any students? Could you? Great. Well, we hope there will be more as the day goes by, but I think it's a special opportunity for students also to engage with those practicing in various different ways in agriculture and law. So let me take this opportunity to really extend my sincere thanks to the ALEI team, who I think do a wonderful job and work in a very effective way to continue blazing a new trail in this area and to ensure that they are effective in providing the educational programs to the citizens. And this conference is a good example of the team working very effectively. So I hope that today's program will be beneficial and will enhance your understanding of the agricultural and environmental legal issues that farmers are facing every day. So with that said, it is my distinct honor and pleasure to declare this conference open. And I hope that you will enjoy the sessions that have been programmed for the day. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us here today. My name is Margaret Todd. I am the legal fellow with ALEI at the University of Maryland Carey King School of Law. I'm also a recent graduate of the University of Maryland Law School as well. It's my pleasure today to announce that our first panel is going to be Going Solar, the Roles of Local and State Government, post Board of County Commissioners of Washington County v. Perennial Solar, LLC. Our panelists this morning are Sandra McElmore. She is an Assistant Attorney General with the Maryland Energy Administration and works with the Department of Natural Resources Power Plant Research Group Program. We also have Leslie Knapp, who is the current Legal and Policy Counsel with the Maryland Association of Counties, And we also have Ryan Showalter, who is a partner with the firm McAllister, Datar, Showalter, and Walker, LLC in Annapolis. And he works with a variety of issues, including land use and working with developers in solar utilities. Thank you.
Good morning. Over the last 6 or 7 years, I've had the great opportunity to have a front row seat at the siting of the utility scale solar projects in the state. This is because of my participation in the Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity process, a fancy name for the state licensing process here in the state. As Megan just indicated, I am an assistant attorney general with the Maryland AG's office, and I represent 2 state agencies, the Maryland Energy Administration and the Power Plant Research Program, which is part of the Department of Natural Resources. However, my remarks today are completely my own opinions and experiences, are not those of either the Maryland AG's office, MEA, or PPRP. Now, as I mentioned, over the last 6 or 7 years, I've been able to observe the siting of utility-scale solar projects in the state. Now, utility-scale solar is the larger land-based projects. They're over 2 megawatts. Roughly, based on a conservative average of a project which have been filed, CPCNs have been filed, a 2 megawatt project would require about 16 acres of land, give or take. PPRP, which I represent in many of these cases, is responsible for providing the Public Service Commission an independent analysis of a proposed project, both the socioeconomic, natural resources, and environmental impacts of the project, and coordinating with the reviewing state agencies to recommend to the Public Service Commission a recommendation of whether to approve or deny a project or approve it with certain conditions. Those conditions are to assure compliance with state regulations, statutes, and policies, as well as local and federal requirements. Now, the reviewing state agencies are those agencies whose mission is directly relevant to the siting of solar generation in the state. These include the Departments of Natural Resources, the Department of Environment, MEA, Department of Agriculture, Department of Commerce, Transportation, and Planning. In the past, CPCNs for generation plants or for more traditional power plants, those that have air emissions and other significant environmental impacts. And that is, however, with solar, there are none of these impacts, right? It's a clean, renewable energy. And that is precisely one of the reasons that Maryland has embraced the deployment of solar in the state. Now let's see if I can be able to use this. I might have to get help from Les here. How do you? It's not even working, is it? Uh-oh. Well, as Maryland has important new climate change goals, we might have to just bag the. Well, I'll just go. Maryland has important new climate change goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, as we all know, and one of the ways to achieve this is a renewable portfolio standard in the state. Currently, the General Assembly has set a renewable portfolio, there we go, has set a renewable portfolio standard for Maryland to use 50% of the energy use in 2030 to come from renewables, and of that 50%, 14.5 should come from solar energy. So how do we achieve this RPS and solar carve-out? How do we best site good utility scale solar projects in the state? That is what the CPCN process is about. Now, full disclosure about this, I did not go to law school because of my math skills. I did have help with this, but it is just a rough estimate of what this goal may require. It is not necessary. It's just for illustrative purposes only. But based on the PSC's 10-year plan, the state's energy needs in 2030 will be approximately 54.5 million megawatt hours of energy. And to meet the solar carve-out, this will require that a little over 7.9 million be from solar energy. Currently, counting rooftop and land-based solar, we have about 1.147 million megawatt hours in the state. So approximately 6.76 million will be needed from solar. Now, converting the energy to power, megawatts, that would mean about 4,721 megawatts would be required from solar. Now, if we assume 60% of this will come from land-based solar, currently about 50% comes from rooftops. Most people that want rooftops have already put them in, so we can't really assume more than about 40% likely. So if we assume that, then, and we assume 8 acres per megawatt, that would be about 22,600 acres are still required for land-based solar. So I think it's safe to say we will likely need to continue siting utility-scale solar in the state. I'm not real good with these power plants, these PowerPoints. So what does utility-scale solar projects look like currently? What have we done so far? Now, the first state-permitted utility-scale solar facility was granted a CPCN in 2011, and it was at Hagerstown Correctional Facility, and it was about 20 megawatts. Now, as of November 15th of this year, we have approximately 34 final orders for CPCN. So that's about how many we have. This doesn't necessarily mean the full amount. I need a helper, obviously, with these PowerPoints. And that doesn't mean, now this shows kind of where all these solar projects have been sited. That doesn't necessarily mean that the full amount will be operational or they will even receive their CPCN. They will be fully operational. But how can you assure that the project will be smooth, the CPCN process will be smooth, and they will be active? You do this by well siting the solar correctly. Of course, the better sited the project, the more smoothly the CPCN process. And in order to assist the developers, local planners, and others, PPRP tool, it's called Smart DG, and you can go to it yourselves on the power plant research programs. It shows the infrastructure of the state between 3 and 4 miles of electricity lines, and then it also shows the availability of resources, where wind is, where land is, and also some of the constraints. For example, here's the prime, it shows a prime farmland. If you look here, all of the yellow is prime farmland. It also shows where the mouth parcels are. And all these mouth parcels are where the state's preservation easements would not allow utility scale solar to be sited. The next slide shows where all that shows where the local zoning utility different names. So you look, it's a 202 megawatt project. It's the largest one thus far that's been sited. And legal testimony and discovery. It includes an evidentiary. The process takes a bit of time, particularly if significant, about 1 year, in order to assure with the CPCN and it files filing. See when see against the into a public or what on the last
with energy and I go through solar energy environment, different types of homes, commercial, on built business or less, and the following with landfills. Even there goes through the CP project that have appropriate. It remains in the process.
Line County in this case, it looks like
enough to have that are approved by. It comes down to, and this probably did confirm in the CPC Commission and PP infrastructure of jurisdictions don't the project. One to get.
We see a lot of those schematics of what the landscaping will look like. It's the same companies. They don't look like that at all. And I guess maybe for Nancy, does the Public Service Commission go back? We don't have in the county enforcement rules once they go for public. Our private, our solar, our community solar projects and our homeowners and our farmers screen them perfectly. And the county enforces those screening rules with bonding and issues. But the industry doesn't. What you see out there is not what is in those pictures, small or large. And you can drive by them and see that now.
Joe, I wouldn't disagree. And I think one of the challenges the industry has that I have as an advocate for projects is there has been relatively little utility scale solar actually constructed, especially on the Eastern Shore. And what has been constructed is constructed with what I would say substandard landscaping and buffers. That's based on the requirements that were imposed or not imposed in the infancy of this industry. And there are a number of projects that are very visible that were approved with very little thought given to screening, no planting agreements, no bonding agreements. And so when the minimal screening that was proposed wasn't implemented, the county didn't have enforcement authority. Those projects are also providing tremendous impetus both at the state level and the county level to change the dynamic. So I don't think any project that's built on the Eastern Shore proposed anything close to the screening that I shared, which is why you don't see that. But that's what is the current standard and expectation, and now it's being backed up by significant bonds. So I think when projects that have been approved within the last 2+ years are actually constructed, you'll see something very different than what you've seen to date.
However, having said that, the Public Service Commission does have compliance authority, and in some instances, the county, it's been a learning process. We've learned a lot since the beginning. And so at the beginning, the conditions and the county's conditions were a little less significant as they are currently. Having said that, if they aren't in compliance with this, the counties can go to the Public Service Commission and let the power plant research program know, which they're probably going to kill me for saying that, but they can go there and get assistance to assure that they are in compliance. So that is another tool.
Okay, please help me in thanking our panelists today. I think our panelists will be around if there's any more questions. Oh, I'm sorry, Kyle. I'm going to let Kyle go because he's one of our few farmers who are in attendance today. He came during harvest, so he gets an extra question.
Yeah, I have real concerns, local concerns about the impacts of the large-scale projects. The one I'm familiar with was going to be on a couple thousand acres of prime irrigated farmland. So I have real issues. It seems like it's trying to be directed, but it's rippling through the community, and it's a big deal. And I think it's kind of short-sighted in the fact that, some of the crops we grow here are deficient. We're shipping them in from other areas already. And then we go ahead and we reduce our food and producing land. So I think it's just short-sighted on prime farmland. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Okay, thank you, panelists, very much. I appreciate that. And I want to thank everybody for putting up with our agenda flip-flop today. We're going to have our urban agriculture panel up next. As they make their way up to the podium, I wanted to recognize a few people. We have Senator Addie Eckert here today. Senator Eckert has been a tireless supporter of ALEI, so I very much appreciate her coming, especially on her day off. Thank you. And when I'm not educating farmers, I'm educating students at the University of Maryland Law School, and we have many of them here today, which I'm really excited about. So if the students could raise their hands. Okay, It's wonderful that we have students interested in these issues. If you have summer internships or need the help of students, I encourage you to network with these students at the breaks. Oh, there we go, one right there. And our students would not be able to attend free of charge without the support of our sponsors. So I wanted to recognize our sponsors, Maryland Farm Bureau, Marbidco, Maryland Nursery Landscape and Greenhouse Association, Maryland Mid-Atlantic Farm Credit, the Harry Hughes Center for Agroecology, Rural Maryland Council, Grow and Fortify, and Somatic. So thank you very much to our sponsors.
It's Maria.
Maria, thank you.
You got it. Cool. Yep.
Trying to tell her.
You were right. No, I believe you. Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to rock and roll?
Crazy traffic.
Rock and roll.
I heard of a bad accident. Yeah.
Or? Okay, yeah. I'm going to introduce our next panel now.
I was hoping so.
We're going to hear from a group of experts who have been working on some urban agriculture-related issues.
Maria.
So we have Maria Strauss from the Farm Alliance of Baltimore. We have Kyla Kaplan and Patrick Jenkins, who are clinical students at the University of Maryland Carey School of Law. And we have ALEI's own Nicole Cook.
Thank you, Sarah. Thanks, everybody. I'm going to give just a few more introduction to our panelists. So, good morning again, everybody. I think this is actually the first time at the conference that we have had a panel on urban agriculture, as well as the first time that we have had law students on a panel. So we're starting the day off with a twofer for first times, and I think that's pretty cool. So, for this session, we're going to be discussing some of the legal challenges that urban farmers in Maryland are facing, in particular around property rights. Our panelists are going to speak first, and then I'll give you time to ask them questions. And then I'll wrap up the session with some information about ways that each of you can help our urban farmers overcome the legal challenges that they're facing. But first, we should make sure that everybody understands what an urban farm is. There are a lot of definitions of urban farm that are floating around out there. But I actually think the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, has a pretty good working definition. This is from the EPA's 2011 Partnership for Sustainable Communities Urban Farm Business Plan Handbook. An urban farm is a part of a local food system where food is cultivated and produced within an urban area and marketed to consumers within that urban area. Urban farming can include animal husbandry, like breeding of livestock, beekeeping, aquaculture, aquaponics, that's where you're incorporating things like fish farming and agriculture, and non-food products such as producing seeds, cultivating seedlings, and growing flowers. Urban farming can be characterized in terms of the geographic proximity of a producer to the consumer, the sustainable production methods used, and the distribution practices. And their definition goes on. It says, urban farms can take a variety of forms, including nonprofit gardens or for-profit businesses, training and health education, and they can contribute to better nutrition and health for their community by providing locally grown, fresh produce and other products. In addition, urban farms can also contribute to the revitalization of abandoned or underutilized urban land, social and economic benefits to urban communities, and beneficial impacts to the urban landscape. So, now, to quote Maria Gumerov, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, a University of Maryland Extension student intern in the Anne Arundel County office, urban farming has the potential to advance sustainable living as well as strengthen local communities. Yet, despite the many benefits of urban farming and the enthusiasm that has been growing around urban agriculture, there are still obstacles to urban farming. My colleagues Neath Little and Shannon Dill at the University of Maryland Extension did a survey to assess interest in Maryland in urban farming. The results of that needs assessment, which were published this last June in the Journal of the National Association of County Agricultural Agents, revealed that access to financing and land availability were the most commonly identified barriers to urban farmers' goals. And then when asked what was the number one obstacle to urban farming, the answers included government restrictions and access to urban land as primary challenges. Which is why I am so grateful to have our panelists here this morning to share with us the work that they're doing to secure long-term rights to land for urban farmers in Baltimore. In order to make sure that they have plenty of time for their presentation and also for your questions for them at the end of their presentation, I'll just briefly introduce them once again, but you can find out more about them in their bios in the program today. So Maria Strauss is the Executive Director of the Farm Alliance of Baltimore. I'm sorry, Maria. Forgive me, I'm so sorry. Kyla Kaplan is a law student in the University of Maryland Environmental Law Clinic, and Patrick Jenkins is a law student in the Small Business Community Equity Development Clinic. Let me just say one more thing. In speaking with people who know Maria and have worked with her, everyone says the same thing. She is passionate about advancing long-term land tenure for urban farmers. I think you'll get a sense of that this morning. I also think you'll get a sense of the energy and the drive that our law students have in helping our urban farmers resolve land disposition issues and better secure rights in land so that they can continue providing all of those benefits that I mentioned to their communities. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you. Oh, it's good, Nicole. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Nicole. Good morning, everybody. You guys can do better than that. Good morning, everybody. All right, thank you. Again, my name is Maria Strauss. I'm the Executive Director of the Farm Alliance of Baltimore. It's good to be here, and it's especially good to come after a presentation that was all about local control and preemption, because I think that we in the city of Baltimore who are practicing and advocating for urban agriculture are struggling along many of the same issues and similar lines. And you'll see that a theme, whenever I talk about agriculture, I tend to want to leave off the urban part, because even though we are in fact growing things on scarce and expensive urban property, our issues are actually quite connected to those of you who are practicing in rural and suburban and peri-urban contexts. So I hope that you'll come along with me on this journey. What I have to show and share with you today is a brief story map. This is for those of you who haven't seen a story map before. This is like a GIS project that a couple of researchers from Johns Hopkins did with us in 2018. And it's not a slide presentation, so the media folks have very generously offered to scroll through it as I'm talking. And so I'm going to ask them, if I say hold, that means I'm just asking the media folks to hold on an image for all of you to take in for a moment. But before I start that, a bit about the Farm Alliance of Baltimore and who we are. We are a membership organization of currently 17 farms inside the city of Baltimore. For the purposes of accepting farms for membership, our definition is that a farm is an agricultural operation that produces more than $2,000 worth of farm products per year, not for the farmer's own consumption. So that the products can be sold or donated, but the point is that they are for public consumption. We do maintain standards. We provide a number of services and direct aid programs for these farms, including a direct marketing outlet at the 32nd Street Farmers Market in Waverly, where we aggregate produce from close to a dozen farms every single week of the year. And we also have launched just this past year a series of pop-up markets where farms can sell their produce directly in the communities. We, for those curious, do maintain separate price lists for those outlets. And I'm happy to answer questions offline since that's not what we're here to talk about today. But we also offer a produce matching, dollar-for-dollar matching incentive, which some of you may be familiar with elsewhere in the state. Ours is called the Double Dollars Program. We're able to do that through a generous grant from the ABLE Foundation. We also own and operate and maintain a greenhouse year-round for the farms to use and share. So the real estate inside that greenhouse, as I'm sure you can imagine, is in high demand. And the farmers kind of have to figure that out cooperatively every season. And just a word about what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do in the city as far as under our zoning code. Our zoning code is new. It was adopted in, I believe, 2016. Anyone can fact check me on that. It was either 2015 or 2016. Anyone know? Okay. You'll have to look it up. So the zoning code was adopted and then enacted. I know it went into effect in 2017. Under that, there are a number of permitted activities associated with practicing urban agriculture on either city-owned property or private property. And basically anything that includes temporary structures such as high tunnels, medium tunnels, low tunnels, sheds, tool sheds,
any type irrigation, wash stations, any type of temporary infrastructure is permitted, meaning you do not need to acquire a permit in order to do that. You just can't put any permanent structures up. Additionally, you are allowed to practice animal husbandry, and I believe the things you don't need, the animals that you can keep are bees, goats, chickens, and rabbits. And I think for the goats, chickens, and rabbits, you do need a permit in order to do that. Okay. So let's go ahead and scroll through the story map. We do our work at the Farm Alliance based on the understanding that the history in Baltimore City is one of intense racialized segregation and redlining of city neighborhoods. And like the folks that presented right before me, it is our belief that local communities ought to have the right to control what happens and whether they can grow food or grow things for themselves on the land in that community. So this is this map right here shows you, according to the census data, U.S. Bureau of the Census, that you have, this is the African American and white breakdown in the city. You can continue scrolling, Valentine. Yeah. So this is, you can see visually through this map just how segregated our city is. And the deepest blue portions are heavily African American, and that was done through decades, across decades and decades of both the beginning with the racial covenants in 1919 and the early 1920s, going all the way through additional development-based redlining. This is the situation. We can keep scrolling. So what we did in this mapping project was to overlay what's called the healthy food priority areas. And many cities have these. These used to be called food deserts. These are places where you don't have a grocery store within a quarter mile. And as you can see, those healthy food priority areas, with a few exceptions, are located in the heavily African American and high poverty concentrated neighborhoods. And then, over top of that, we placed a map of our farms. And so you'll see it in a second. You can see here that many of the farms are in fact located in that butterfly shape of the heavily African American neighborhoods. And that's, of course, not by accident. People see where there are food disparities and inequities, and they want to remedy that as best they can for themselves. So part of the work that we're doing in the Farm Alliance is to, many of these farms, I would say out of the 17, close to 10 or 12, I think it's around 10, are still growing on property that is owned by the city. So what that means is that we need to take steps to protect that activity, and there are a number of instruments that we can use to do that. What year was Homegrown Baltimore? Do you guys remember? 2013. Yeah. So in 2013, the Farm Alliance of Baltimore worked with the city's Office of Sustainability and Office of Planning to come up with something called the Homegrown Baltimore lease program. This is a 5-year lease, and even though the city wasn't quite sure what urban agriculturists were doing yet, and this was still very much viewed at the time as an interim land use, they were willing to issue people 5-year leases to continue operating, thank you, with at $120 a year, and you'll hear more about that. And with full access to city municipal water for irrigation. So that's still going on. We have a number of people who are in that 5-year lease program, some people whose leases have expired, some people who are interested in purchasing their land. So we're going to get into that, and I'm going to let the law clinic students handle that. If we can just very quickly scroll through the rest of this, you can do so quickly, Valentine. We have we've profiled 4 of the farms so that you can actually visually see what they look like and see who the farmers are. These are folks who have a ton of heart, a ton of dedication to their communities. They are doing an activity that is rather unprecedented in the city of Baltimore, and honestly building a movement for locally grown food to be available for everyone, and not just people who can afford to eat at farm-to-table restaurants. So we consider this to be a really important activity. Some of you may have heard of the Greener Garden. They are an award-winning African-American owned farm in Hamilton on the east side. There they are. There's owned by Warren and Levette Blue. You can keep going. We're almost at time. Whitelock Community Farm is in the Reservoir Hill neighborhood, right up against Druid Hill Park, and off of I-83 that cuts north-south through the city. And this is a nonprofit farm operation that is also African-American led and controlled. Can you keep going? They also operate as a kind of community center, so they don't have a fence, and community members are welcome to come through. They have a farm stand as well as a mobile market program. Cherry Hill Urban Garden is in the southwest quadrant of the city, in that little isolated community. Some of you might have been there. It's about, I want to say 3/4 of an acre. So for a city lot, that's pretty big. And they're growing year-round for the community as well. That is my colleague Eric Jackson, who is the executive director of Black Yield Institute based in Cherry Hill. Yeah, thank you. He's an amazing community organizer and farmer. Strength to Love 2 Farm is in Sandtown, Winchester on the west side of Baltimore. And it was started as a for-profit business and then turned over into, or was taken on, when that business was faltering, it was taken on by the nonprofit organization Intersection of Change that's based there on Pennsylvania Avenue in West Baltimore. They have 14 high tunnels in production, mostly growing greens, but some other things, onions and some cut flowers now as well. And they sell to restaurants and direct to consumers through the farmers market. Okay, so that's our story map. So what I want to say in closing is that I am really pleased to be working in Baltimore City. I feel a little bad for anybody who's not in Baltimore City right now because there are so many exciting things going on. And one of them is that we're increasing food security. We're increasing community self-determination through this land use. So this is an activity that we're working to protect. It's why we're partnering with the law clinics, both the environmental and small business and community equity law clinics here at University of Maryland. And we hope to, through this work, we hope to produce basically a comprehensive urban agriculture policy proposal for the City Council to consider. And I think within the next year, you're going to see some movement on that. So we're very excited. All right, I'm going to hand it over to you guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Maria. It was really great. She introduced a lot of the work that we are doing. I'm Kyla Kaplan. I'm a third-year law student in the Environmental Law Clinic. And this is my colleague, Patrick Jenkins, who's in the Small Business and Equity Clinic. And together we've partnered with the Farm Alliance of Baltimore to help support a lot of the work that they're doing. So today we're going to talk generally about Baltimore City, urban agriculture, land security, water access, and the importance of urban agriculture in the bigger context of agriculture and city expansion. So what we're going to start with is a structure and summary of a little bit more about the Farm Alliance of Baltimore and their work feeding off of what the Farm Alliance already said, the benefits of urban agriculture in Baltimore City, current policies in the city for urban agriculture with a focus on the fact that there needs to be more comprehensive city policies put into place. We're then going to discuss the big issues that were already talked about, which are both water access and land security. I'm going to discuss the framework for water, and Patrick is going to discuss the framework for land. And then we'll tell you a little bit more about what the clinics have been working on to get a sense of kind of where we're headed in the future. So to start with a summary of urban agriculture in Baltimore. So as I'm sure you could tell by what was already discussed, urban agriculture is on the rise, and it's definitely on the rise in Baltimore City. As students, we have an interest in helping to think about how to protect the work already going on in the city and think about comprehensive strategies to improve the lives of urban farmers, as well as means to achieve land reparation for people who have been redlined and excluded in other ways from urban agriculture practices and land in the city. So though urban agriculture is not wholly new to Baltimore City, the confluence of Baltimore City's socioeconomic conditions, urban blight, and environmental concerns have resulted in a proliferation of urban agriculture in the city. Both citizen stakeholders and the city do value urban agriculture, as it was already touched on, but there are disparities in how those values are framed and how people have access to certain practices within the city. So some of the values that were already touched on, but I want to highlight again, of urban agriculture are it as a tool to combat environmental justice issues, including food insecurity and proliferation of abandoned properties. It's a means to affect an epidemic of endemic and systematic racism. It kickstarts the redevelopment, increases property values, and helps to beautify our city. So I won't go into much more about what the Farm Alliance does because I think, obviously, who better to speak on it than Maria, and she did a great job already talking about it, but they are an organization that's comprised of the majority of urban farms in the city, so it's very important to the work that these farms do. The organization represents the concerns of its collective members in the policy discussion before the city, as well as assists its members with more individual matters. The two main concerns, just to highlight again, are land security and water access for these farmers, and that is a lot of what we've been working on. These concerns manifest in both individual cases as well as a broader discussion of prospective policy solutions to mitigate the concerns over the long term. So some of what Baltimore currently does in the city, there are some structures in place to support farmers. One that was already mentioned was the Homegrown Baltimore Plan. That was put into place by the Baltimore City Office of Sustainability in 2013. It's intended to increase production, distribution, sales, and consumption of locally grown food within the city. It's a 5-year lease to farmers, and it includes city land as well as water access for $120. So it should the city opt to cancel those leases, they do have to give the city they do have to give the farm at least a 2-year notice. So that is a program that's in place, and we want to see continue to grow. Another part of the program is that selective applicants may also be eligible for city grants and loans for funding capital projects such as site preparation, stormwater management, irrigation systems, and fence installations, as well as hoop house construction. So the Urban Agriculture Tax Credit is another program. In 2010, the Maryland House of Delegates passed a bill that authorized the City of Baltimore and other municipal councils to offer a tax incentive program against property taxes. So accordingly, the Baltimore City amended its tax code in 2014 to allow tax credits for urban agriculture. So this tax credit has However, this tax credit has only been approved for one person because of the strict requirements, such as the parcel needs to be used for 100% agricultural purposes. So while it's a program that's there and a good program, it doesn't always benefit the people that we need it to benefit. There's also federal programs through the Farm Bill and so on to support urban growers as of 2018. So now that we've sort of discussed that current framework, I want to specifically focus on water and land. We will discuss the current landscape along with the Farm Alliance's concerns. Again, I'm going to discuss water, and my colleague Patrick is going to discuss land. So starting off with water, water access in the city, which goes along with land access, is a major concern. Water issues in Baltimore are generally and somewhat of a norm due to infrastructural, social, and economic barriers that often lead to a struggle to access clean and affordable water. There's been big water main breaks because of infrastructure, and therefore the city is looking for ways to increase revenue. So the Department of Public Works manages the water system. There's 3 reservoirs that are owned and operated by the city and are located in Baltimore County. Water policies that are specific for urban agriculture are only a recent development. Currently, what we like to see and want to continue seeing is that the water rate does remain flat and is not subject to any kind of sliding scale. This is being threatened by the pressure of citywide rate increases. So that is something that we are, want to address and want to make sure that we help those farmers keep their flat rates. It's greatly beneficial for the farmers, and it ensures stability in pricing and avoids burdening farmers with annual rate increases. However, the threat of water rate increases and the inconsistent enforcement, the restrictiveness of certain programs' applicability, and infrastructure issues preclude otherwise qualified applicants from participating. So that's another issue that we've been addressing and can talk a little bit more about when we go back to kind of what the clinics have been working on. But for now, I will turn over to Patrick to talk about land.
Thank you, Kyla. I'm Patrick Jenkins. I'm a second-year law student at the University of Maryland, the Small Business Community Equity Development Clinic. I'm going to give an overview of the programs we just talked about and the tools that are available for protecting urban farmers in the city of Baltimore and incentivizing the growth of new urban agriculture in the city. The programs we have, there are programs in place, and we're lucky to have them. I think it demonstrates that the state overall and the city views urban agriculture as a community development tool that we can use to grow value and to support our community. The longest standing program we have is the Adopt a Lot program. It's a 1973 initiative out of the mayor's department, the mayor's office. It's effectively a 12-month agreement between someone who wants to take over a lot and use it, and the city benefits from getting its vacant lots used. As Kyla mentioned, there's a $120 a year option to get water for it. The way it's structured, it's effectively a month-to-month license, and that's one of the drawbacks. The city can come in at any time and say, they give you 30 days notice and take back the land. It's not codified either, so what I mean by that is it's a policy of the city government. It's not written down in the city charter, it's not written down as a law, so it's kind of opaque, meaning we can't understand the ramifications, I guess, of the qualifications that the city considers when it approves these or even revokes these licenses. So like we talked about, it doesn't protect the farmer in a way or to protect the farmer's investments into the land to encourage long-term stability. As Kyla mentioned, the homegrown Baltimore lease is created in 2013, is a step in the right direction to iterate on that, and it's, again, encouraging to see that people are thinking about this and creating new policy. It's a 5-year lease. There's a small fee, I believe, associated with it. We talked about the barriers to entry for it. So it does require some experience farming, and it does require you to submit a business plan to the city. So it's good. It's a step in the right direction. It provides the land security to farmers to invest in their land, to be secure, to make longer term plans. But like we said, the barrier to entry is too high, and we'd like to see, I guess, some more streamlining of getting more people involved. And finally, the property tax credit for urban agriculture. Now, this is a statewide option. It's provided by the state, needs to be implemented by municipalities. Currently, Baltimore City, Montgomery County, and Prince George's County have implementations, and it's a good example of iteration on the current policies and tools we have. So it was first passed in 2010, and statewide it was too restrictive. It restricted the land to exclusively be used for urban agriculture, but in an urban agricultural context, we often have people living on the land or doing other things on the land, right? So immediately it was unusable. 4 years later, though, the state took the feedback, removed the word exclusive, and that's when you saw Montgomery County, Prince George's County, and Baltimore City implement it locally. Sadly, Baltimore City kept the exclusive wording, so in Baltimore City, it's still pretty restrictive. It's a really good example, though. We can look at analogous implementations across the state. So we look at Montgomery County, we look at Prince George's County, who have carve-outs for dwellings on the property. And you can understand why they want that, right? They don't want people receiving the tax credit for non-urban agriculture, but you have to face the reality of these are smaller parcels of land, people live on them, people are producing from them. And finally, one of our biggest tools is viewing urban agriculture as community development and working with local developers. So urban agriculture is really a multi-pronged tool, and we'll kind of go into that later. But it builds food, it builds community, it builds land values, and really smart developers have acknowledged this and realized that partnering with urban farms can move into new communities, can build the land value, can create new opportunities for them to earn money. So it's really a symbiotic relationship that's a great opportunity to move forward.
Excellent. So I'm sure you can tell from what we've talked about so far that there's a lot happening in Baltimore. There's a lot happening with urban agriculture, and there's a framework that's been created way before us to sort of support the goals of urban farmers. However, we want to continue that mission and that goal. Therefore, our clinics have been partnering and doing different work to help and support those goals. So specifically, the Environmental Law Clinic has been learning from the Farm Alliance about what farmers are concerned about generally. It's important to talk to the people affected by these infrastructure and policy challenges and kind of understand where they're coming from, considering they're on the ground. We've done our research to determine what we can do and where we can effectively work to protect those interests for both the short term and the long term. We've been drafting policies that will help protect water rates for urban farmers. That as a sort of patchwork for a much longer term solution to having an urban agriculture policy. We've also done a lot of comparisons to other cities to understand the grassroots efforts to protect and support urban farming. These are obviously not all the efforts happening around the country, but some of that I wanted to highlight that some cities have been working on to take action to protect land and water, just so we can see what's happening around the country. So I've picked a couple projects to talk about around the cities, some of which are happening in Baltimore, some of which aren't, just to highlight some of the ways we can help access water for urban growers. So there are fire hydrant permitting programs. Governments have created a way to give permits to tap into fire hydrants. They require training and allow people to properly maintain fire hydrant pressure. So cities that have done that are Detroit, is just one example of a city that's done that. Water collection, so encouraging urban farmers to collect their own water is happening in Philadelphia, among other cities. Incentive programs to use vacant land, similar to what we have in Baltimore, to encourage vacant properties to become urban spaces. Cleveland and Atlanta are two cities that are known for their work on that. And then zoning codes. So for providing land and water structures for agriculture, having those actually put into city codes. Cleveland and Boston are two cities that actually recently passed those types of zoning codes.
And I'm going to give a background of what we've been doing with the clinic. So we've been working with the Farm Alliance on securing land for individual farms, but also taking a step back and looking at what policies we can put in place or advocate for strengthening and securing the land the farmers currently have, but also incentivizing the growth. So with that, we actually have some unique opportunities in Baltimore. In Baltimore, we have an overabundance of land that's available. Contrast that with some other cities like New York, San Francisco, DC, where urban agriculture initiatives need to focus on different tools. They need to focus on rooftop farming, aquaculture. It's the same goal between all these cities, but it's very different tools, legally and policy-wise, that we can use to achieve them. And like I said earlier, we view this as a multi-pronged community development tool. So the first is these farms are owned and operated locally, meaning we're putting people to work, we're doing economic development, the revenue stays in the community. And they also produce healthy food. As Mariah mentioned, these are often in food swamps or food deserts. So they're creating opportunities for people to learn about the food, see where it comes from, but also consume it and live healthier lives. Finally, this is the beautification aspect. So these are underused lots. They're opportunities to create flowers, to create vegetables, to demonstrate to people what the growth is, and it's an opportunity to partner with developers to revitalize some areas of the cities. So some of the programs we talked about earlier, some opportunities for improvement. I'd like to see the Adopt a Lot and the Homegrown Baltimore Ways codified. So we talked about we can get some more transparency there to see how the regulations are put in place while decisions are made, and it also allows us to iterate on how we work on it. It also would be nice to connect the Adopt a Lot, which we talked about, doesn't provide much land security. It's effectively a month-to-month license as a graduation program to the Homegrown lease, which is a more 5 years. It's a tool we could use to lower the barrier to entry. And finally, the property tax credit. There's a real opportunity there to revisit both the state implementation, which is good but can be still improved, but also the Baltimore City and local municipalities can learn from each other and see what works and what doesn't. So I'll hand it over to Nicole.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm aware that we are running a little behind, but I want to keep the students on the hot seat as long as possible. So are there any questions? I think we can take a couple questions. There's one in the back there.
Got one over there. You ready? He's ready.
Hi, I'm Rachel with Sunrise Movement. I was just wondering, is there any sort of relief aid for these urban farms that are subject to more intense flooding from climate change?
That's an interesting question. Mariah might know. Grounds.
That's interesting. I mean, I'd be interested to know what you guys have looked at in other cities, whether you have data on that. We don't actually have, our data, such as it is, it's very minimal, right? We've done a little bit of data collection around the role of urban soils in trapping water, stormwater, and it seems, just from glancing at that stuff, it seems like our urban farms are actually themselves capturing a lot of water. They're not necessarily being overrun yet. That said, it would be great to have a plan in place. So at least in Baltimore City, we haven't, that's not one of the major concerns that I've heard coming from the farmers yet. But yeah, let's talk. It would be great to have something like that, like an emergency fund.
I guess I'll jump on too. I think one thing we didn't mention is the urban agriculture aspect of how it can help the environment. So in Baltimore City, we have a lot of hardtop, so non-permeable surfaces, rainwater runs off and leads to erosion, gets in the bay. The farms capture the water, so I'm not so sure. I think water access is more of a problem than the lack or too much water, I guess.
At this moment, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Any other questions?
Wasn't there one over here? Maybe not.
Have communities that have, people in the communities, have they sort of taken what they've learned from the urban farms and used it more in their own homes, growing more vegetables or more flowers, or improving their own landscape because of what they've learned from the farms?
Again, I guess I'll defer to Mariah and then to Anna.
Definitely. I mean, we are, that's an interesting question, right? We have the Master Gardeners program through University of Maryland Extension, and we work pretty closely with them. So we do a lot of referring people out to them for additional training. But yes, it is true that seeing an operating farm in one's neighborhood does tend to generate a lot of interest in growing food on one's own property. And in many cases, our farms have demonstration gardens as well. Like some of them actually have community gardens on the property where people can actually take over plots of land, and then some have, like there's one farm that I'm thinking of that has a demonstration container garden where they do demonstrations on exactly how you can grow your own vegetables at home if you do not have land that is open to the sun. So it's, yeah, it is happening.
I was going to say, I know there's some efforts around education cooking and also education nutritional wise. So beyond just getting people interested in growing at home, it's also how to use the food and how to eat healthier, I guess.
Yeah.
With regard to the 5-year lease rule, do you, in Baltimore and other areas, do you get any pushback from serious urban farmers who feel like, you know, they should have more time or that it should be modified? And what is the status of the farms that you mentioned, the Greener Garden, the White Rock Community Farm, and Cherry Hill?
So I don't want to violate anyone's confidentiality by sort of, you know, saying what their particular arrangement is at this time, if that's okay. However, you are right. Many people are ready, have done this for 10 or even in some cases more years on the same piece of property. They are ready for permanent land holding through ownership or community managed open space or community land trust. So we are exploring all 3 of those options. Ownership would be ideal in many cases, especially where you have black farmers who have not only been historically prevented from owning property in the city, but have also historically, as farmers, been had their land taken from them. So that would be our first priority as an organization, that we're moving in that direction. And that's because the farmers have asked us to.
Right. I'll just quickly mention that it's hard for people to, you know, continue to advocate for their property if they're not sure how long they're going to have it. There's a lot of concern. So, you know, securing and allowing people to feel that sort of security in where they're working is extremely important.
Okay, I think we have one more question.
Maria, you mentioned comprehensive legislation for addressing some of the issues. In particular, do you plan to include the amending the urban ag land tax credit so that it's actually usable within the city, or can you just kind of give us a brief overview of what that legislation might entail?
Well, that's kind of what we're working with the law clinics on at this point. Those of you who know farmers know that it's a deliberative bunch of people. So it takes time to come up with exactly what we want. But what we have at the moment, including the tax credit, is a series of instruments and interventions that are designed by individual city agencies, mostly under the auspices of the mayor's office, to allow urban ag practitioners to continue to practice. That has gotten us as far as we have gotten, and I don't want to discount that because that actually has, like, Baltimore City has a lot more long-term urban agriculture projects than many other cities do. And we get routinely, we get people visiting from other cities asking us, how have you guys managed to do all of this and access municipal water so cheaply and, you know, continue to do what you're doing on vacant city-owned property? And the answer is that we have had a fairly permissive set of folks in city government who have been willing to work with us. However, we are very aware that that may not always be the case, and so we're intending to put together a policy proposal. The urban ag tax credit in particular, I would say it's still pretty new, so I wouldn't necessarily throw it out with the bathwater just yet, but I will say that Accessing it has been a challenge for folks primarily because of the need to subdivide one's agricultural property away from one's home for the purposes of being taxed by the city. So, you know, I would say we have one case study on that now. I'd like to have a couple more before we kind of attack it, but it's likely we'll say something about it.
Do you have a demographics as to the age group of your participants and maybe their backgrounds in farming? And have you made any recommendations to the farmers to maybe join one of the associations statewide or nationally to help with maybe funding and education, because there's a lot of them out there?
That's an awesome question. I've never been asked before. Let me see. Age, you asked about age, training background, or farming background. What else?
Participation in associations such as
Uh-huh. Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Let's talk offline because I'd like to explore that a little more. I mean, in terms of age, we have probably 2 cohorts within the Farm Alliance, and I would say, so across the 17 member farms at this moment, we probably have 35 people, 35 or so farmers, give or take. One of the farms is like an anarchist collective that has like a whole bunch of people, so I don't really know how many are involved in that. So the 2 cohorts, I would say, are people over 50 who have been doing this a long time and people between the ages of 27 and 35. And I say that because there's sort of an impression that it's an extremely young group, and actually that's not necessarily the case. People at this point in time, that may have once been the case, but I think by now people know that they're getting into a pretty tough project when they try to grow food or flowers for market. So it's a serious group of folks, and they think of this as a career. So I think that is actually an interesting direction to take this, is that people could, by accessing some of the existing farmer networks nationally, they could access better resources. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Please give me join me in thanking our panelists, excuse me.
We're going to be taking a brief break so everyone can chat with each other and get another cup of coffee. We'll be back at 10:30.
Also, I want to remind people that nutrient management education credits are available today, so if you need those credits, make sure that you sign in at the registration desk. You guys, thank you so much.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, sorry we didn't get to it.
That's quite all right. I was hoping that they were going to have questions for you, and they really do, and there's more out.
get us an idea of who's here before we get started. And I was going to ask you, who in the audience owns a farm? Okay, excellent. How many attorneys do we have here? Ooh, okay. How many of you have an easement on your property? And leave your hand up if you know who that easement is with. Okay, that's a good start. Then the question we always have to ask, is there anyone here from the IRS? I'm not joking. That can happen sometimes, you know. It's something we have to look out for. If anybody has trouble hearing us, please raise your hands in the back and let us know, or if we're too loud, let us know how everything's sounding. I want to briefly first go over some of the types of conservation easements. And I think it's very easy to think that you have a pretty good handle on things, how things work when you're dealing with one kind of easement. But there are a lot of different easements. We have an embarrassment of riches in Maryland in that there are a lot of different programs to preserve the properties. And they're going to have different implications for what you want to do when you look into diversifying your operation. There are everything from a small land trust that might be a group of interested residents of a community who got together and decided we want to preserve this particular small area. It's all volunteers. They could easily fit around your kitchen table. But when they take easements, a lot of times you donate it to the IRS, and here comes the IRS in. So even though you've got a very local group of people, their responsibility, and we'll talk about this more, is going to be if you've donated the easement, you have to answer to what the IRS thinks that easement should do. So these groups are everything from that. You have county easements, and some of those county easements are a straight purchase of development right program, so they your easement. Then there's transfer development rights programs. There's easements that are sending parcels under a transfer development right program, so they sent their density elsewhere. There's easements that are remainder parcels for cluster development. So you had a development of, you had a 100-acre parcel, you could put 4 houses on it, you say you put them all over in the corner and keep the other 95 acres as farmland. All of these have different implications for what the responsibility is of the holding agency. And going back to who holds the easement, when you sign an easement, typically it's going to say grantee and grantor. And the grantee is the person who you are giving or selling it to. The grantor is the property owner. You say, I'm granting you this. I got yelled at by a property owner just 2 weeks ago. He looks at me and says, I don't know what this easement holder thing's all about. You don't hold my property. And I'm like, well, we refer to it as the easement holder. It's the entity that has the responsibility for the perpetual maintenance of the easement. And I think probably the closest thing to say it's like a mortgage holder. So if you think about it as like a mortgage holder, they have an interest in the property, only the interest of the easement holder goes in perpetuity with the property. Generally, if you look at something that's a county easement, and this is general, and if you think we're going to sit here and give you an answer today, let me just click in here real quick, that says yes you can or no you can't, you've probably already figured out the answer is going to be maybe, you know, because unfortunately it's the real lesson is look at who holds your easement, and that we're going to keep saying that over and over, but each one has different requirements to look at. So if it's a county easement, it was a creature of county, whether it was a purchased easement or a donated easement, whether it was a regulatory easement under a transfer development rights program, more than likely the county zoning is they're going to look a lot of that to decide whether or not you can diversify on the property. So just as a general big picture, think about it, the county provided the funds, the county set up the regulatory mechanism for the easement, the county is now going to go ahead and decide what can be done on that property. We go all the way up to there are federal easements. You know, as we know, a lot of the military installations have realized that, hey, the best way to keep, you know, shooting off large cannons or flying our big airplanes off is to make sure we don't have a lot of people real close to us. So you've got the REPI program, which has been combining with other funding to preserve easement. So if you go into those easements, you're going to have the federal government. There's also Federal Farm and Ranch Protection, which is now called ASEP.
Agricultural Conservation Easement Program under the Farm Bill.
ASEP. Those are going to have different regulations. An easement via donation, and just to get to this real quick, Maryland Environmental Trust, I know that I saw John Chapman here before, he's from Maryland Environmental Trust. They have taken a large number of donated easements, but even easements that are purchased easements, it may be that they take what's called a bargain sale. And if you take a bargain sale, you say, you're going to buy that easement from me for $100. Hey, that easement was really worth $150. That $50 becomes a donation just like a donated easement is. Once you get into a donated easement, the IRS looks very seriously at that. You become a charity effectively. So every other little land trust out there, they're a charity, and they have to listen to all of the IRS regulations. And the IRS is going to come in as a charity and say, hey, you can't benefit a private individual. Also, if you donate an easement, you're not getting but a fraction of the value back for what you're donating. And a lot of times people do it because they flat love that land. I mean, there's got to be a piece of that in what you do here. And if you did it because you flat love the land, and now you have passed away perhaps, and now a subsequent owner has it, and that owner comes in and says, hey, I don't like that idea. I really want to do something different with it. I own this land now. You as a charity have an obligation to hold up the desires of that person who did that donation. Even if there's a good reason coming in here, you have to look at what the charitable purpose was. Why did that person give that particular land? So it took me a long time to kind of ferret this out, because the responsibilities of a local government who purchased the easement, who does the thing, are very different from what a land trust might have. And that in turn is different from what a state agency may have, where it's a creature of state and state legislation. That much more happens with, the MOUth program, which Michelle will be talking about more. But those are some of the, that's just the general background on that. The other thing is, don't assume that even if the easements are still subject to zoning. Typically the stricter will win. So it could be that an easement allows you to do something that the zoning then says you cannot. So that's just a sort of an overview of thinking first thing about what's the type of easement, what might that mean to what we want to do, and where are we going from there.
So if you have an easement, and these are just logos of a bunch of different entities that hold different easements, where to start? Are you looking to sell or donate your easement? Do you have an easement? Are you looking to inquire of doing a certain activity? Your first place to start, if you're looking to put your property into a conservation easement, is actually to do your homework. What is your desire? What is your mission for the history of your property? How do you want it to see? And make sure that what you want, what your goals match with what the different entities are out there. As Ann said, we have numerous different entities throughout the state that do conservation easements, and it's a great, compatible, cohesive, it's a quilt work. We all make different patches to create the different protected lands throughout the state. So do your homework to find the right organization, and that's going to include your financial consideration, the differences between a purchased easement program and the benefits of a donated easement, or you have that combination of the bargain sale, like Ann said. Are you looking to put your entire property under easement or a portion of the property? Do you want to retain an area that you could use for commercial activities in the future? If you want to do that, you should consider potentially withholding a certain area of your property so it's not encumbered by the terms of the easement. So what are your current uses for your property? What are your future plans for your property? And talk all about that with the easement holder, so you make sure you draft the easement to the best of your ability to do what you want to do now, as well as the growth into the future. And not only after talking with the easement holder, you should really talk to your family as well. So as Ann said, it's not that first owner that does the easement, it's the subsequent owners where often challenges could occur. They didn't have the immediate financial benefits from either a sale or the donation, the tax credits, but they have to, that easement runs at the land in perpetuity. So everybody needs to know what's going on. So making sure you're talking with your family to let them know what your intent and desire are is really important, as well as talking with an attorney or a financial advisor. It's a big decision. This is a perpetual agreement that you're placing on your property. So knowing all the impacts of it up front is really important, doing that homework. If you already have an easement, and you want to either look into exercising some of the rights that you have, or you're interested in going into a new operation or a new avenue, call that easement holder to discuss what it is that you want to do. And as Ann said, that's kind of an overriding theme that we're going to have today, is just talk to the easement holder, figure out what do you want to do, what is permitted on the terms of the easement. If you don't know who your easement holder is, there is a representative in every county, often in the planning and zoning department, but not always, that works on the easement programs for the county. Every single county has a person that works with the MALF program, that often works as well with Department of Natural Resources for their rural legacy areas, as well as the different land trusts. So they'll be able to help you if you don't know who holds your easement. And then just talk to them, talk about whatever questions you might have, your current uses, what development potential is permitted by the easements, can you create tenant houses, if you want to have any potential subdivision, an agricultural subdivision of your property, if you're planning on changing or growing your operation into new areas or new fields, or other just general prohibited or permitted uses. Easement holders are happy to talk to the landowners, because the more you know up front, the less problems there is in the long run. And so the breakdown, this lovely pie chart, shows the differences of, in the state of Maryland, what the breakdown of the different groups are. Right now, there's over 800,000 acres in easements around the state. MALF is the largest holder of the easements. We're at about 40%. But you see that the county programs, between their purchase development rights or transfer development rights, they're just under 30%. The Rural Legacy Program, it's 12%. Greenprint, which is not in existence anymore, but it was another program out of the Department of Natural Resources, it was 4%. The Maryland Environmental Trust at about 16%. And then the local land trust is the smallest component at 1%. And while they only hold 1%, they often co-hold on a lot of these other easements, so they're very involved, more than what that number makes it look like. So easements, they are perpetual, as I said, which can be challenging. How do you live in an agricultural world, have an agricultural easement that's a perpetual easement, but the industry is ever changing? In the 1970s, the legislature created MALF for the purpose of preserving agricultural land and woodland. And per our statute, the easements restrict land to agricultural and woodland uses, with some exceptions. But when you look at that, even over the 40-plus years of our MALF program, what's considered normal, I quote, normal agricultural practices really has grown and evolved and seen significant changes. One of the best examples I can show for this is when the MALF program first started, equestrian operations, horses were not considered agriculture. That was considered straight commercial. And now horses are actually in our definition of agricultural in our easement. So even just a 40-year window, there's been very significant changes. And so how do you, as a landowner or the landowner representative, how do you come to your easement holder? What are they going to do? So first and foremost, the easement holders look at the actual deed that's recorded in the land records. That's the agreement that was signed. That's what we go to first. And there are very specific prohibited and permitted uses. And then there's the gray area where nothing is specifically written down about a certain topic. So you have to look to the organization's policies and laws of what governs them. For MALF, when anyone comes to us to ask if they can do a certain activity, our overriding thought, our overriding consideration is, how is whatever it is that you're proposing to do, how does that impact the agricultural opportunities and operations on the farm currently and into the future? So that's something that we look at when any request is coming before us. Even when it's already an existing easement, or if it's an easement coming in, if you're considering the withheld areas, to not put the whole property under easement, our board for the foundation is going to look if you withhold these 5 acres or 10 acres, could that have some type of negative impact to the rest of the farm in the future? So our overriding question when you're thinking, can I do this on my farm? Think about how will that impact beneficial, negative, or no impact for the agricultural operation into the future.
Okay, and going through on that, when Michelle talks about leaving some of the land out of the easement, that's more common in MALF than it is in other other easement programs. So again, this is where you start to see some of the differences between them. The new kid on the block in terms of state purchased easement programs, and my new kid, it's 20 years old now, so I guess it really isn't all that new, is the Rural Legacy Program. And partially because it is a newer program, it anticipated some of the changes that have happened. So primary processing of goods, whether you're putting in a creamery or a distillery or whatever, is generally allowed under a rural legacy easement. I say generally because you need to look at each individual easement and talk about it. But as people have learned things over the last 30, 50 years, easements have changed. And that is something that can be a little troublesome to a family or some people that look at them and say, well, how come Joe down the road can do something that I cannot do here? But it is because there is an ever-changing, we all know that agriculture changes. And if anybody looks at you and tells you, I know exactly what agriculture is and exactly what where that line between agriculture and unrelated commercial uses is, run. Because nobody knows exactly where that line is. I'll be honest. It's going to be a case-by-case basis, and you really need to look at it closely. A little bit about, Michelle was talking about how MALF would evaluate a proposal, very much looking at the ag impact of that proposal. If you come in and request a use, a land trust, somebody that has accepted a donated easement, looks at the conservation values of the property and how it impacts those conservation values, which may be agriculture, but it may be scenic, it may be wetlands, it may be woodlands. So is it going to impact them? And how directly is it tied to the purpose of the easement? That's going to come up with all of them. So if you're coming, pretty much we can all say a 7-Eleven is not going to be allowed, and we can sit here and say that with some assurance here, but at what point does a farm stand become a 7-Eleven? And that's where there's always from the guy that's just got a wheelbarrow out selling pumpkins to the 7-Eleven, where is that line? And that's one of the things that's always being questioned in the easements. The county government is going to be looking very closely at, does it comply with zoning? And that can mean that perhaps those uses will change over time as the zoning changes. Very often, some of those allowed uses that are allowed in the most restrictive residential area will be allowed on a deed of easement, perhaps as a special exception process. So this goes back, and we keep saying it, but it really depends on who holds the easement. Green, figure out what to push. And as Michelle has said, we just want to go back again into the importance. Things are changing. Sometimes we go back to heritage breeds. Sometimes we're doing new processes that have, everybody knows hemp's going to be an issue. How is that going to be regulated? Medical marijuana, how is that going to be regulated if that ever gets legalized? So all of these things will need to be answered in conjunction. We're not going to answer them today, by the way. Let me just put that out there. But you want to try to draft an easement, and the problem is drafting an easement that is strict enough and makes enough sense that it can last in perpetuity and allow a little bit of flexibility. You want to make sure that whoever is paying for this easement, generally somebody, if it's a donated easement, all taxpayers are paying some because they're getting a tax credit. If it's a purchased easement, somebody has bought it either out of county or state funds. If it's a regulatory easement, somebody is getting additional density because of it, by and large. So you have to make sure that their investment is maintained, whatever is being improved in the future. Agritourism is, of course, a term that we never even heard of. Agritourism is being, pretty much is being allowed on easements, but again, it's that tie-in to agriculture. At what point does agritourism become Six Flags? Yes, Disney was a mouse, and in fact, there are mice on farms. That does not mean that you can allow to put up another Disney. It has to have a direct tie-in to the agriculture nature of the property. You've got direct processing of creameries, wineries, breweries, meats, honey, all types of things. A little history lesson here about, how our food system has changed. At the beginning of the 20th century, they estimate that there were 500,000 mom and pop stores in the country. So 500,000 little local stores where you'd get on your wagon and go down and buy what you need. By now, there's less than 20,000 stores. So it's a huge drop. We all know, we all go to the Giant, the AMP, wherever, AMP, that doesn't even exist anymore. Wherever it is, who knows? But much of that because it's packaged. But direct sales to consumers are starting to pick up, and this is a huge advantage to farmers and something that really has to be taken into account in easements, and hopefully they could do. The census shows the figure's grown to over 50 million with 61 million sold directly to retail markets in the state of Maryland. So it is definitely increasing, and it's an important thing to include in the easements.
So going on to this, how do you diversify? What can you do on your farm? Going for the agritourism and the on-farm sales. A good rule of thumb for pretty much any easement holder is if you're looking to expand, are you inviting the general public onto your property? And are you selling any products beyond what your farm is producing? And then if the answer is yes to either of those, it's really important to pick up the phone to call your easement holder, because most likely you'll probably want or need some type of approval from your easement holder. And the easement holders, and obviously I speak for Malf more than anything else, but in general, we're all looking at similar things. How big is the operation that you want to conduct on your property compared to the overall size of the farm? If you're doing a 10-acre area for agritourism, hay rides, corn maze on a 200-acre property, that's a small percentage of your property. If you're doing a 10-acre area on a 25-acre property, you have a much bigger impact, obviously. So looking at that size on a case-by-case basis. And how does that business that you are conducting on your farm, how does that relate directly to the operation of your farm? So are you selling the products that you grow or you raise, the meats that come from the animals on your farm, having the ice cream from your cows on your farm? Or are you more of an area that is a conglomerate and just having a one-stop shop for the whole neighborhood of the different farms around? And both of them are important, but knowing the difference is a critical thing per the terms of the easement. Looking into the specifics of the easement, you also have to think about if you're having customers, where are they going to park? Do you have to have impervious surface aspects, including structures? Structures are obviously impervious surfaces. Some easements have a maximum percentage of impervious surface, which will include structures, driveways, parking. So if there is that component in the easement, you have to think about that when you are trying to grow or establish a business. If you are serving foods that can be eaten right there on your property, you're having the ice cream or you're having chili or whatever it is that you're doing, then you get into a lot of other different types of county or state codes, health codes, permitting, other types of needs. How do your customers, do you have permanent restroom facilities? Are you able to have porta pots? What are the hand washing stations? So there are all these things that the bigger your operation is, the more it's kind of that circle is growing and growing. And it's not just, everyone always knows that you got to work with the county, you got to work with what other regulatory agencies are out there, but you also have to talk with your easement owner. And beyond the actual, the sales and that interaction, are you going to have any kind of larger scale events, spring or fall festivals that you have maybe a couple hundred people on there? Then you get into potential gathering permit requirements. So there's a lot of different areas that are involved in these growing agritourism kind of bucket of opportunities, which gets into different types of events. So there are some that are obviously agriculturally related. You have your fall pumpkin festival, you have your sunflower festivals, just other types of events that can be clearly related to what is the activity, what is your products that you're growing or raising on your farm, Then there are other events that are more what I would just call kind of the destination event. It's become very popular to host events on farms. People are wanting to do weddings, to do anniversary parties, birthday parties, etc. And there is a difference between an agriculturally related event, which promotes your product on your farm, versus this is just a destination event location. And for MALF, we have the ability to approve either one of those. In 2018, a law was passed that actually it's our special occasion events law that will allow for straight commercial events to be held on MALF farms under certain circumstances within a limited area, and obviously with approval. But before that, we did not allow the commercial events. So in general, weddings or just parties, that destination location event area would not have been permitted on MALF. Where it is, you do have the opportunity to do that now. So the examples in this picture are kind of those festivals. There's the wedding in an old barn. Then there's this big balloon. So you sometimes see these big balloon festivals. That's not allowed. That's a firm no. That's a really, really big impact. No one can kind of see how that could be related to agriculture, and it has a way larger footprint than what our special occasion events would allow. So while we won't say we have any answers, that one's pretty much a clear no. Do I have more? Yeah. So following up from the conversation earlier this morning, the solar energy or any types of the renewable energy, there is the real need out there. We all heard this morning how there's a goal for the state of Maryland to reach the renewable energy with a certain percentage for solar. And we get a lot of calls, as do other easement holders, of people wanting to look into what are they allowed to do for the solar development on their farms. And the absolute right course of action is, before you reach out to a solar company, or if a solar energy company reaches out to you for your farm or one of your clients' farm, call the easement holder first. In general, the commercial solar activities, those projects that were discussed earlier today, are not prohibited on easement properties. Those are commercial activities that are not allowed by the easements. Earlier, they showed a slide where, and even referenced that with the MALF easements, they are prohibited. But the creation and the establishment of solar on farms for your own residential and agricultural use for your on-site use is permitted. And if for MALF properties, if you do it like for this one picture here, there's solar panels on top of most likely a little horse barn. If you put it on top of existing structures, barns, poultry houses, residential houses, other agricultural support structures, there's no agricultural impact there because your building is already there. So you can place your solar panels on MALF properties on top of structures without any approval. We'd like you to let us know, but you don't have any site approval because it's already on areas that are used for agriculture on top of the structures are already disturbed. If you want them freestanding, MALF does require prior approval first for a location approval. It goes back to how will this impact the agricultural operation as a whole? So we want to know where it's sited to make sure it's not in the middle of your best field out there. So it makes sense both for obviously the energy company and where it's going to be, but also so that it's not having a future negative impact to the farm down the road. So on-site use, yes. Commercial use, no. And it's the same, we've had some for wind and anaerobic digesters. We get more calls for solar than anything else, so that's why we tend to focus on that. But it would be the same for all of the renewable resources.
And I'm going to briefly talk a little bit about ecosystems marketing without getting too carried away with that. There are a huge variety of programs that can potentially be called ecosystems marketing: wetland mitigation, stream restoration, forest banks, forest retention areas. It is a field that is really taking off now. partially because of the Bay Diet, because of the need for MS4 permits coming in from local governments. So the question becomes, can those uses be used on an easement, or is that an unrelated commercial activity? There have been some people, and some people feel very strongly that this is double dipping, and that you have been paid to preserve the farm, and you should not be allowed to take any other money off of that. Other people feel very strongly that preserve farms are the perfect place to put this, because you know that it's going to stay there in perpetuity, and it's not going to have some of the conflicts that you would have on other locations. So basically, it's going to come down, despite that sort of general debate that flows around everywhere, so if you hear it, don't be shocked. Each easement holder is going to look at the impact that it has on, again, the conservation values, on the purpose of the easement. So MALF has a policy. They will allow it, and probably should let you do your own policy, but MALF will allow it as long as the impact on the agricultural operations is minimal. Other things, we'll look at it, other easement programs will look at it the same way. Rural Legacy generally allows it. DNR is considering it for DNR purchased easements. They haven't come up with the language yet about where they're going to allow it or not allow it. So it is very easement specific. It is very one where you want to go back, as we've said over and over again, and apologize for sounding like a broken record, but you need to talk to your easement holder and determine what the requirements are in that specific easement. And thank you. We can ask for questions now. Or did you have anything you want to add now? We did that.
So do we have any?
Yeah. It's for Michelle.
Thank you. Dick Stoner, we have farmland in Washington County. I think most recently under CREP, which is a permanent federal easement. And it's pretty broad language as far as the way they state agricultural activities. So with that definition that you've just said is obviously going to be difficult in the future, whether you include processing, a hemp processing building, or anything else that comes along. Can you all speak under your existing programs, what percentage of violations do you encounter when you do those inspections?
Gosh, percentage. So every easement holder inspects at a different time frame. So for federally funded easements, they have a required annual inspection. I think Rural Legacy is at least every 3 years,
yeah.
as is MET, and MALF inspects less frequently. We have to inspect at least once every 10 years. We try to get out more than that. I can't think about a percentage of, so we either find things out from inspections, or a lot of the violations we learn about are from neighbors. They know that there's an easement on the property, and so everyone's shaking their head, something's going on, and they call us and say, what is, they're building a house, this is under easement. And so one of the other benefits of always talking with your easement holder is sometimes building that house is okay. It's allowed under the terms of your easement. So if we know what's going on, if you're entering into a new field, when that kind of nosy neighbor calls and we said, oh yes, we spoke with Mr. Jones and we know what he's doing and it's all on the up and up. I can't tell you a percentage of how many we find out from there, and it's, for the MALF program, one of our most common, what you would call a violation, is not having a current soil and water quality plan. You need to have a current one within 10 years, and we put that in our very low bucket to follow up on. The big ones are the houses, the subdivisions that weren't permitted, having different types of activities that are straight commercial and not agriculture. And it's most of the violations that you find out there are more people, they're unintended. People didn't realize, no one is out there, twirling their evil mustache trying to figure out how they can violate an easement. So having those conversations, the more you do site inspections, the more you have a relationship with that easement holder, the more likely they're going to pick up the phone and be comfortable to talk to them. So you can avoid that in the upfront. You want to chime in?
Just real quickly to chime in, I think the experience that I've had, it's less violations. People come in pretty much to ask about when they know they're going to do something really different on their farm because they're making an economic, they've made a business plan decision to go into something major. And they typically ask before they come in. I haven't found a lot of violations. We do have some where we have a property owner, for instance, that has built what looks going to be a great party barn that he swears is just to keep his chickens in. So until he starts the party, we're stuck.
Hi. I don't know if this would be a subset of the special occasion, but I've seen a trend in like Airbnb listings, farm stays, where the product is in some ways the environment. Do either of you have experience and thoughts on that?
So for the MALF program, we allow bed and breakfasts in the dwellings that are either on the easements before they're on the property before the easement's there, so we call them pre-existing dwellings. They were existing before the easement was established. And we allow, kind of the small bit, a lot of people, they'll have a small dentist shop or a lawyer's, office or beauty parlor, kind of that one person shop, but we allow bed and breakfast. So which we haven't had anyone come to us for an Airbnb, but since we allow a regular B&B, it would be an extension of the same thing. There's one case that I know of that people wanted to start. The best that I could describe it was basically a dude ranch for farmers, having people come to the farm and work the farm and doing all that. And their question was, could they build a tenant house for these customers that would pay the owner of the farm to then clean the barns and feed the chickens or whatever it was. And we went to the side of that's commercial, that's not a pay. Our tenant houses are for paid farm employees, not for guests paying you to do the farm chores. So we haven't really ventured into that kind of farm stay if it's in an existing dwelling in the existing Airbnb, any owner is allowed to have guests on their farm and let them do what they feel they're safe to do. As long as it's in a pre-existing dwelling for us, I don't think we would have any issue with that.
And I'll just jump in. One thing that easements generally are pretty clear on is the number of dwellings that are allowed. And so if you start talking about putting 5 or 6 little separate dwellings around, that's going to get you in trouble.
There's one over.
Hey, guys, could you talk a little bit about covenants, conditions, and restrictions that were either pre-existing on the property before it went into easement or that are attempted to put on after the easement?
Do you want to start? You want me to start? You start. So are you, the covenant conditions and restrictions, meaning like county zoning, or what's actually ongoing on the farm, like existing agreements?
Anything that may impact the agricultural use of the property.
So for MALF, we tend to see whatever was going on at the farm at the time we purchased the easement goes back to that pre-existing, and we took subject to it. And we would document, if it's a business, if it's a neighbor that they can use your road to access their back field. If it is, I have a truck repair shop out of my barn or my shed, all of those things, if they pre-exist the easement, we can document it in the easement and document those conditions. And that's also why, do that homework and talk with your easement holder, because it's very easy to draft things in the beginning to make sure your current conditions are not only allowed, it can be maintained. Do you want to expand it? So you would have to take that into account up front. So I think most easement holders would say if it's ongoing, when we took the easement, we took subject to it. But if you didn't disclose that it was ongoing up front, then there might be some challenges, because an easement might say no commercial activities, and you have a paint shop in your barn that you've been doing for 20 years, but you didn't tell us that you were doing it. That's when there's some challenges.
And I'd say in terms of covenants and everything, all of the purchased easement programs definitely do the title search. and it needs to come up in the title, and then the attorney generals and everything will look at it and say, hey, we're going to take that easement, or we're not going to take that easement if that's in too much conflict with the terms of the deed of easement.
Thanks. We have time for one more question. You keep using the word commercial, so if say I wanted to build a new building to promote farm education activities, would that be allowed? And it's a nonprofit. Would that make a difference? If it's ag-related and a nonprofit?
That's just, I hate to do this, but it's going to depend a lot on the deed of easement. I mean, and the direct relationship that it has with the purposes of the deed of easement.
We have, that would fall in, so we have education, agricultural education falls into what MALF considers part of agritourism. And we do allow agritourism. You'll need to it's the case by case basis. You have to come talk to the easement holder to say what it is you're doing. It's not just to promote agriculture, the agriculture industry, the agriculture of Maryland as a whole. That's all very important, and those education facilities are important. But when you drill down to the specific easement, how is what you're doing or what you want to do, how does that connect to the agricultural operation on that specific farm? So are you trying to do an education of showing the life of, dairy cows, or how do you, whatever it is that's being run on that property, is your education related to growing or raising whatever that product is? Or is it the larger, here's the history in 1800, in the mid-Atlantic area, we started here, and we get to, almost 2020, and now we're here. So, as Ann said, from the very beginning, we're not going to give you many yeses or nos. There's a lot of maybes, and we're happy to talk about it on a case-by-case basis. And MALF does have a policy for what we call our permitted uses that goes through a lot of different types of categories. And I know that will be available on the website, as well as our statute that is the specific for the special occasion events and what MALF's definition of agriculture is, what rural legacies.
Yeah.
So that was all provided to the organizer, and so that will be available if you want to take a look at it, and then give us a call with any details afterwards. We're happy to talk.
Thank you. Please join me in thanking our panelists. And ALEI Specialist Nicole Cook is going to introduce our next panel.
Okay, well, our next panel is Paul Geringer and Sarah Everhart, and they're going to give us an overview of the developing issues in agricultural and environmental law.
Okay. Oh. So I'm waiting for them to change the PowerPoint over. So I decided to change this up. You guys have seen people sit behind the podium or sit here all day. I'm going to stand down here and move and keep this interesting and see if the camera operator can follow me the whole time. I decided you needed to be woken up too. So, okay, we got the slideshow up. So we're going to talk a little bit about some of the issues going on in 2019. I'm going to talk about national issues, and Sarah's going to talk about some of the state issues. So looking at it from a national perspective, a lot of the stuff we're looking at are involving animal agriculture in some way, pesticide usage in some way, bankruptcy in some way, environmental issues which could fit in animal agriculture and could fit in pesticides in some way. And these have kind of been the driving issues in ag law in certain areas for this year, past years, and I'm pretty sure that I'm not a very good crystal ball person. I had a good reaction yesterday when I actually got something right and sent stuff in ahead of time before they needed it. That's pretty rare in my world that I'm actually that good at forecasting. But my guess is most of these will stay the issues we have to pay attention to in 2020. We're not going to talk about the hemp regulations today. Kevin's somewhere in the back of the room. If he wants to talk, oh, two Kevins are in the back of the room. If they want to talk about this issue, feel free to talk to them. This would take way too much time for me to talk about today. So let's talk about bankruptcy. I'm going to put some tables up here in a second to show what bankruptcies have done in the past well, not really the calendar year, looking at September 30th, 2019 through the same period last year. Chapter 12 filings are up 24% nationally. This means 24% more people have filed bankruptcy with the agricultural title of the bankruptcy code than in past years. Why is that a big deal? Well, it could mean we have more farms failing. The other issue is this is just Chapter 12. It's not the other titles in the bankruptcy code. So other titles may be picking up farm bankruptcies that don't qualify for ag bankruptcies specifically. And this is an increase after we saw them decrease in 2018. So move on. So what does this mean for the state of Maryland? If this is working right, I can zoom in. We have 7 more filings in the state for this year. If we look at the other areas, Pennsylvania's up 21, Virginia's up 6 from the previous year, looking at the same. And I have to give Farm Bureau credit. They have really great maps that are really easy to steal as pictures off their website and work really well. If we look at it for the Mid-Atlantic region, if I can move this over, we're up 17% for the Mid-Atlantic region. I wanted to use this because the maps were so small, it makes it easier. The only spot where we're not really up high, well, I went forward, is in the Northeast. If we look and we move to the West, we're up 74% in the Northwest. The West, 65% in filings. So there may be an issue going on. What's some of the issues that Congress has looked at to fix the Family Farmer Relief Act? Was recently signed into law by the president. It increases the aggregated debt limit under Chapter 12 from 4.1 million to 10 million. So this may actually increase this number. We don't know at this point. This is pretty new. So this may actually end up having more people qualify for Chapter 12 bankruptcy, so we may actually see this increase. I started off depressing. We're going to get more energetic as we go along. But this is an area to where we probably need to pay attention as to, are more Chapter 12s being filed? And is this causing problems even with some of the trade relief and other programs Congress and the administration have put out to help farmers through some of these difficult times? So what does this mean? We should really watch to see if this leads to more Chapter 12 bankruptcies in 2020 or through the rest of the year since the law just went into effect. And I should point out that 10 million is pegged to inflation, so it will go up each year. How many people know what WOTUS stands for? There's a theme to this one. The other one there wasn't much of a theme to. This one there's a theme in the gifts. See if you can pick up on the theme. The previous administration defined waters of the U.S. in 2015. The idea was to provide clarity into it. This was an area within the law Congress had never defined. So no administration had really defined it up until that point. There had been issues with the way the Supreme Court had ruled on how waters of the U.S. would work, and that had created some not real clarity in the law in some of the rulings. If this comes up. The ruling was immediately challenged in federal court, and it was implemented in some states, and it wasn't implemented in some states. So we fast forward to the Trump administration. The Trump administration has recently announced within the past few months that that rule has been repealed. This is part of a 2-step process that they had put together. The idea was first we repeal the old rule and then we put a new rule into place. We don't know what that new rule is going to look like at this point. We're not entirely clear. So it's not really clear what that new rule is going to look like. The president has said he wants it based off Justice Scalia's opinion in the Rapanos decision. How many people have heard of Rapanos besides Gary? So it was a 4-1-4 decision where at one times we look at what the majority said, sometimes we look at the dissent said. There's a legal terminology for that. I can't use it while I'm up on stage. So if we look at that, he wanted it based off Scalia's opinion. What's happened to the Supreme Court since then? Is Justice Scalia going to go through the door at any point? It would be pretty hard. Justice Kennedy still there, the one that was the one in the 4-1-4 decision? He's gone too. They've been replaced with Gorsuch and Kavanaugh. Do we know how they're going to rule on a WOTUS case yet? Remember I said I don't do crystal balls? I don't do crystal balls on this. This is pretty hard to figure out. So we don't even know if what the president wants still has Supreme Court backing on it. So this is an area where we don't actually know if the Supreme Court would uphold the rule if it came to. So what should we look forward to in 2020 if the new rule comes out? That's the end, right? There'll be no lawsuits, right, guys? No one's going to sue at any point, right? So once it's announced, I'm pretty sure, and goes into effect, there'll be lawsuits, 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 and more lawsuits at least filed in every federal district court in some way challenging it. And what happens in next year in 2020? We have an election, right? What happens in 2021 if we have a new administration? Is it going to be the rule that's announced this year? Nobody knows. I hope your crystal ball is better than mine. The other Clean Water Act case to pay attention to is the Supreme Court. I say will hear. I gave this presentation in September and forgot to update the slide. They did hear it last week, a case involving Maui County where there was a discharge into a groundwater source that eventually hits a waters of the U.S. Should this be covered by the Clean Water Act? That's not entirely clear, and the Supreme Court is going to rule on this. The trial court in the Ninth Circuit said, yes, it is covered. The Supreme Court, stay tuned, next year, come back. We'll talk about it again because probably in June they'll make the decision. It's encouraging you to come back, right? Climate change and greenhouse gas emissions. How many people involved in any bit of animal agriculture have heard about a recent case out of the Minnesota Court of Appeals that didn't really deny a permit, said the agency had to go back and restart the process because of greenhouse gas emissions were not taken into account? Yeah, so a few people have this. I got a number of emails about it. So the Minnesota Court of Appeals basically ruled that basically the state agency had to take this into account. We're going to talk about why here on the next slides. So Minnesota has this law similar to the National Environmental Protection Act. How many people have heard about the National Environmental Protection Act? So the National Environmental Protection Act actually does not regulate you in the audience in any way. It basically says that the federal government is going to make an action, they have to take into account the environmental benefits or the environmental impact of that action. They have to start out by doing an environmental assessment. If the environmental assessment comes back too high, that it's going to have a huge environmental impacts, they need to do an environmental impact statement. They may still be able to do the project even if the environmental impact statement comes back saying too high on the environmental impacts, as long as there's mediation put in that can lower the environmental impacts. Gary's shaking his head, so I actually got NEPA right. Minnesota has an exact same law like that, state law that says any government action has to have a state environmental assessment done before it did it. So what happened? State agency goes in and they do an environmental assessment. They send it out for public comment like they're supposed to. There is no spot in the worksheet for taking into account climate change and greenhouse gas emissions. I won't pick on Gary. Is not doing your homework ever a good answer to a question at any point in your life? That's what happened here. The court basically looks at this and goes, well, I'm getting ahead of myself. The state agency never dealt with any of these issues once they were raised by that. They just kind of bypass it, says, not on our worksheet, we actually can't look at this, we don't know what to do. The Court of Appeals agreed with the environmental groups. They basically said, yeah, you have to deal with them in some way. Somebody raised them, you have to deal with them. They're now there. You have to determine if you need to do an environmental impact statement before you just move on. We don't care if your worksheet doesn't include this. The worksheet isn't the law. The worksheet's just the worksheet you work off of, so figure out how to do this. So they point out the fact that we don't actually, in some cases, know how to measure these is not actually a legitimate excuse. You actually do have to deal with these in some way. So the court reversed the decision, denying the need for the environmental impact statement and the decision to grant the water discharge permit, so they needed to go back and redo it. So let's flip on to animal ag issues. They're continuing to be a hot button. I'm going to skip that. Because apparently I have 5 minutes left. Skip that. California confinement issues. they're going to be a problem potentially for people down the road meeting these. In 2020 and 2022, they were voted into place in 2018. I'm sure there's a challenge to that right to farm. We still have ongoing appeals next year in the North Carolina hog farm litigation. That should take place the first of the year. Maryland's challenge, which isn't really a right to farm, to the CAFO permit under NEPA is still ongoing, last I looked. Hemsel, one of the few cases, and then I'll probably end with right to farm and hand it over to Sarah, and you have my notes for the rest of this so you guys can learn all about the other fun issues. Hemsel is this case out of Indiana with a right to farm decision. It's Hemsel versus Hemsel. It's not a bad divorce case. It's distant cousins suing distant cousins. The idea is the Indiana Court of Appeals ruled that this farm did have the right to start a hog farm on its operation. The court had to look at when the farm was established. Would it have been a nuisance? They go back to 1941 when the farm was established. It was not, wouldn't have been a nuisance in 1941. In fact, it really probably wouldn't have been a nuisance today because the area was zoned for agriculture and it was zoned for intensive agriculture. And the other problem with the case was Mr. Hemsel, the person suing his cousin, actually had a hog farm at one point within the past 5 years. So there were some concerns that he might just be in a bad mood now with his cousin. The other problem that the court points out, and this is the reason why I want to talk about this case mainly, is the court points out is at no point did anybody ever challenge the permits when it was going forward. They waited until the farm had opened and then made the decision to challenge it. Gary, when's the best time to make changes to the CAFO? Is it when it's in the permitting process or after it's established? The court said you should have challenged it because you didn't do anything here. We're not going to let this continue. So this was a right to farm victory. The final right to farm deal is going international with right to farm. Australia is looking at introducing a right to farm law in New South Wales. It looks exactly like American right to farm laws. The biggest change is they're increasing trespass penalties for people coming on farms. So if you have a biosecurity plan on your farm, it goes from not only this lower penalty, what used to be $5,000, that doesn't work the way I want it to. It's kind of slow. $5,000 up to $13,000 and $22,000, depending on how many people are involved in it. The goal is, and the reason I have this up here is, the opposition and all of this has been to trespass. The Parliament has made it clear it is very open to stopping animal activists from coming on the farms. And it has been pointed out this is an American-style ag-gag law. This is not an American-style ag-gag law. It is just a changes to trespass laws. Ag-gag laws do something totally different in the U.S. And I'm going to stop there, skip pesticide, and hand it over to Sarah. And it should get to Sarah's eventually.
Okay, thanks, Paul. I'll try to go quickly, so if you have any questions about the subjects that we had to skip through, you'll have time to ask. I wanted to go through just a few sort of very specific state law changes that happened in the last session. Senate Bill 546, I don't know if you paid attention to it last session, but this just went into effect last month. And it enacted some changes in nutrient management in the manure transport program and having to do with confined animal feeding operations. So I'm going to go through those quickly. So nutrient management update. So farmers with late or missing annual implementation reports, or AIRs, and I will try not to get too deep into the acronym soup, but this is an acronym heavy couple slides here, may be fined after notice of violation up to $1,000. And there's also going to be a fine for failing to implement a nutrient management plan that's capped at $500 per violation and up to $5,000 per operator per year. So some changes in the fining scheme there. Good to know if you're representing farmers who are going to be running afoul of this. Phosphorus management tool, PMT updates. So anyone who applies phosphorus to land that's in violation of the PMT may now be fined $250. And folks that write nutrient management plans, they have to also comply with PMT implementation deadlines and submission of soil test data, and failure to do so may result in a fine of $250. In terms of the AIR, there's now going to be an expanded section on manure transport, so you're going to have to specify the amount of animal manure imported to and exported from the farm. So there will be an effort to keep the data confidential to the greatest extent possible, but for imported animal manure, the name and location of the sending farm, For exported animal manure, the name and location of the farm or the alternative use facility or broker who received the manure. And then if the farm operator receives animal manure through a manure broker, the broker has to provide the operator with the name and location of the sending farm. So pretty good that we got to this point in an Ag and Environmental Law Conference without talking about manure, but you knew we couldn't get all the way to lunch without talking about it. CAFO updates. So there are some new fines and penalties, I shouldn't say that, fees is the best way to say it. So before construction of a CAFO must be covered by the general discharge permit. So you can't, before you can start construction on that CAFO, you got to make sure you're covered by that general discharge permit. There's going to be a one-time fee. That number's actually incorrect. The one-time fee is going to be $2,000 for coverage under the general discharge permit if you're at a house capacity of 350,000 square feet. So these are for very large CAFOs. You're going to have to pay that at the outset for a proposal, or if you're doing a modification to upgrade a CAFO up to that 350,000 square feet. And then those CAFOs are going to be subject to an annual fee, and I apologize, that number is also incorrect. It's going to be $1,200 for continual coverage. So now we're ready for questions.
Do we have any questions?
Questions?
We covered it so well.
They're ready for lunch.
Yeah.
Do you want to go back to pesticides?
Yeah, we can go back to pesticides real quick. Let's see if I can back this up. All I know is I saw the 5 minutes and I actually paid attention this time. So we can talk about pesticide issues. So how many people have seen these ads? How many people have seen these ads on TV and wish they would stop? They're like most mass litigations. I wish all of them would stop at times. But this is the Roundup litigation. It's based on a product's liability theory. In this, juries in California have awarded, and I think I missed a few of these. I just tried to do a good news review to see if I could catch them all. But the ones I found were $81 million, $300 million, and $2 billion. That was later reduced to $86.7 million. Bayer now has all this money just lying around, right, guys? It's just a big pot of money. The argument is basically that with Roundup, they're using it. It's basically defective, and because of its defectiveness, it's causing cancer in individuals. Currently, there are over 11,000 cases filed within the U.S. waiting for either to go to trial or in mediation. I believe almost all of them are in mediation currently. I know there were a couple trials that were supposed to start within the past month that have been delayed because of ongoing mediation. But people shouldn't ignore this. How many people paid attention maybe within the past month? There were news reports that Bayer was going to pull Roundup off the market. They were going to stop making Roundup altogether. That was a rumor going around at one point, and it was based off these litigations. So it's something people should pay attention to, that potentially it could cause impacts down the road. The only problem I have is how many people actually apply Roundup as that individual is in that. Would you like me to go back to the other photos and see if you actually apply Roundup that way as well? In some cases, they don't. How many people remember the dicamba issues from a few years ago that in some cases are still ongoing in some states? The first case will go to trial in 2020, January 27, 2020 in the Eastern District, I believe it's the Eastern District, Western District of Missouri, I believe. This is the one involving Missouri peach farmer Bader Farms. How many people know anything about class action litigation besides some of the attorneys in the room? So with class action, usually the first case is the first two are bellwethers. They're usually the first set, a pool of plaintiffs is good for the plaintiffs class. The first pool in the second group is good for the defendants, and we try to figure out what the cases will be worth based off that to figure out settlement. This is not a bellwether case. This just has so weird facts and was filed first. It's going to trial first. So it will probably not set any of the precedent for the other trials. So yeah, that was the main stuff.
I was going to add, one place where we try to keep folks up to date throughout the year on developing topics is through our posts on the Maryland Risk Management Education blog. And so on the slideshow that'll be flipping during lunch, you'll see the web link to that. And so if you haven't yet subscribed, I recommend you subscribe to the Maryland Risk Management Education blog. We update it a couple times a week, and we try to hit all these hot topics and keep people up to date as things change.
Colby's got a question.
You kind of talked about the North Carolina hog lawsuit that's going on with Smithfield, and doing some research on that down in North Carolina. The thing that I thought was very interesting is that the lawyers that were pushing that suit targeted the African American community around those hog farms, and specifically told them that they would not be suing the hog farmers, that they were suing Smithfield, which was in Virginia, and that they wouldn't be targeting the hog farmers. And then what happened is Smithfield consequently shut down those hog farms because of the issues. Well, then when a lot of these were friends with the hog farmers, had been neighbors for 40, 50 years. That was the only way they were able to be qualified, because they'd been there prior to the hog farm starting. And when they went to say, hey, we didn't want you to shut down our neighbor, you said this was to target them. And when they said, we don't want to be a part of this, they said, too bad, you're in, and if you want out, then you have to pay all the legal fees to get out. And so basically what's happening is they're targeting these distressed areas or minority communities, getting them lumped into these class action lawsuits and going. And I guess my question is back to you guys, is on the right to farm law that we have in Maryland compared to North Carolina, do you see something like this happening on the poultry industry, or are we covered?
Again, my crystal ball sucks, remember that. I would say we're better protected. There was an issue in North Carolina's law that's been changed that basically said if somebody was there before and it would have been a nuisance then, we had to look at that period. Maryland doesn't have that, so that would limit a lot of the North Carolina-like issues. Now, if we're looking at Delaware and other states around here, they have those problems, we don't. The other thing that probably helps, and North Carolina had this too, although because the right to farm law didn't apply, they didn't have to go through mediation. You are sort of forced first to kind of go through this mediation process that we're going to talk about later in the afternoon on that. And then some of the punitive damages laws that were really benefiting in North Carolina aren't here. So we can't get it's harder to get punitive damages from what I can tell in this state than it is in North Carolina. Wow, we did just such a good job.
We did.
Answering everything. Nobody has
Do
questions.
I have any other questions?
I would say one thing on Colby's question too. The other thing that went on was not only that you're suing a company in Virginia, but after they were bought out by the Chinese company, it became, now you're suing a company in China, from what I hear. And that really encouraged people to join in the lawsuits as well.
All right, going. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Okay, I'd like to welcome Donald Dean Tobin of the Maryland Francis King Carey School of Law to give us some remarks before we go to lunch.
Well, welcome everyone, and I promise I will be short. I just wanted to welcome you all here on behalf of Maryland Carey Law. As I was just introduced, I'm the Dean at the University of Maryland, and it's so great to be here with you. This program makes it so clear to all of us the wide-ranging legal problems and legal issues that agriculture faces here in Maryland and throughout the country. This event was created 5 years ago to be a forum to discuss these issues with farmers and the farm community and have an opportunity for all of us to learn about the issues that people are facing. And so I am just so thrilled that there are so many people here today and this conference has become such a success. And I know this the legal issues that you face as farmers or the farm community are both diverse and ever-changing, and I think this event is really an opportunity for us to showcase the different issues that you're facing and what kinds of expertise we have. And that we are pledging to commit, to continue to commit to this kind of education for farmers so that you can not just survive, but that you can also thrive. I'm incredibly proud of the work that ALEI is doing and that the ALEI legal specialists do every day. You've heard from some of them already, and I think you're going to hear from the rest of them. But in addition to what they're doing here, they're in classrooms, they're working to teach the next generation of lawyers, so there are lawyers who understand the issues you face and are better able to advise farmers in the farm community on agriculture and environmental laws. And so a special thanks to them who use this passion. And one of the things that happens with us is in any group, you need a group of people who are passionate about something that helps move it forward. And for us, that's our ALEI specialists. They're the ones who are constantly moving things forward, constantly thinking about ideas. So I do encourage you, if you have things you think we should be working on or places you think we should be going, to let us know that, because they are interested in being that resource for you. And lastly, I want to thank our partners. I want to thank the University of Maryland College Park and the University of Maryland Eastern Shore. I come from the law school. This is a tremendous partnership with all of us to be able to bring our individual expertises to you. And so a special thanks to them. So with that, I want to welcome you to lunch, invite you all to have lunch. I think it's right outside, and to be back in your seats at 12:45 when we'll have our keynote panel, Emerging Opportunities in Ecosystem Trading Markets. So thank you all for coming. Thrilled to be here.
Excuse me, hi, sorry, we've had a bit of a delay in setting lunch out.
For the North America Agriculture Program of the Nature Conservancy. I'm based in Minneapolis, Minnesota, but I work on projects all over the country with a lot of different public and private partners. There's a slide, but I guess it's not up yet. No? Okay. Well, anyway. So the Nature Conservancy is really pretty bullish, pretty excited about ecosystem service markets and the opportunities that they hold for all of us working in agriculture. And we feel that way because kind of at the root of the solutions we're looking to try to advance in agriculture are farmers and ranchers. They're kind of our key allies in conservation and in the agricultural system, the managers of hundreds of millions of acres of private land across the country that have real implications for all of us in terms of our water quality, carbon stored in the ground, quality of habitat and open space and other things. So we're really excited about this opportunity, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about that. The first thing I wanted to start with, though, is to give a little bit of context about the Nature Conservancy. I'm not sure how familiar you are with our work, and particularly with our work in agriculture. So I kind of wanted to set the stage, tell you a little bit about the work that we're doing in agriculture, so that then when I kind of reference ecosystem service markets and how we're trying to kind of support some of those efforts, it hopefully will make sense and give you some context for where we see that potential. So the Nature Conservancy is a large conservation organization, global conservation organization, founded almost 70 years ago. We started as a land trust, but we've expanded beyond that. We work now in 74 countries globally. We have nearly 4,000 staff people. Oh, look at that. There are my slides. And here's our mission. So our goal is to, pretty ambitiously conserve the lands and waters on which all life depends. And we think about that not only in terms of biodiversity, in terms of important habitats and ecosystems, but we really are using a framing of thinking about the benefits, the lives and the livelihoods that healthy functioning ecosystems support, right? We all rely on food, we all rely on clean water, and so making that connection between how we manage our lands and their health and all of our lives and livelihoods is a key part of achieving our mission. So as I mentioned, we're a big global organization. We work all over the world. At the key of our staff are hundreds and hundreds of scientists. We're a science-based conservation organization, so everything we're trying to do is guided by science, whether it's in agriculture, in forestry, in climate change, whatever it may be. And so that's just a key thing that I wanted to mention. So we have two priorities to try to achieve some of those global missions. Here in North America, we have our North America Agriculture Program, which is trying to work in two different kind of systems at the same time. The first one is in row crop agriculture. And our main goal here is to try to work with our partners to advance the adoption of these better management practices, soil health practices, nutrient practices, things like cover crops, reduced till, no-till, crop rotations, things like that. And we're working on this because we know from experience all over the country over the last couple decades, working with farmers, working with other partners, we know that in many places adopting these practices can have real benefits. We've worked with corn and soybean farmers here in Chesapeake Bay on wetland installation, restoration, and recreation and managing ditches. We've worked with dairy farmers in Wisconsin on applying no-till and cover crops and manure management, and we've seen outcomes in terms of reduced phosphorus in local streams and lakes. We've worked with potato farmers in Florida on improving their nutrient management practices, again, to reduce the runoff of nutrients into groundwater there. So from all of these different places that we've worked, we know that, given a little bit of time, given a little bit of experimentation, given the kind of the right mix of conditions on the part of the farmer and the incentives, we know that these practices can make a difference, provide benefits for the farmer in terms of reducing some of their costs, improving their operation, building some of their resilience, but then also provide these off-farm kind of ecosystem service benefits. So despite all of that great work that we've done with farmers, that we've done with our partners, we're not seeing kind of the needle move overall at the rate that we would like, right? You live here in Chesapeake Bay. I know you're making progress on water quality in the Bay. In the Mississippi Basin, we haven't made that kind of progress where I live. We are seeing a hypoxic zone in the Gulf of Mexico that's just as big as it ever was. We have just the other day in my hometown of Minneapolis, more than half of our waters in the state of Minnesota have been declared impaired. And so we're not making the kind of progress that we want to make. We need to take these good practices that we've seen adopted in places here and there, and we need to somehow work with our partners to try to get these to happen everywhere, to transform agriculture. And so we've set ourselves this goal of trying to help achieve that system change in the next few years to see half of our row crop acres, that's 120, 130 million acres of row crops nationally adopting these practices. So that's a big goal. We can't get there on our own, obviously, and that's where you can start to see the importance of something like an ecosystem service market that could bring additional incentives, additional resources directly to the producer to reward them for stewarding their lands in the best way possible. If we can see that level of change, there are going to be sort of huge benefits for all of us in terms of carbon stored in the soil, less nutrients and sediment running into waterways, improved resilience of our agricultural system. So there's a whole host of things that will happen if we can try to achieve that level of change. So that's our work in row crops. We also have a big area of work focused on grazing lands. And of course, grazing lands are really the backbone of our beef supply chain. And the U.S., as you may or may not know, is the biggest producer of beef in the world. So this is a really important part of our food production system. And our grasslands occupy, 800 million or so acres of land in the U.S., so a huge area. And grazing and improved ranch management is really important here in the U.S. and globally because grasslands are actually the least protected type of habitat in the world. And we're still losing our grasslands at a pretty rapid rate. We lose them to, development for ranch homes. We lose them to conversion for row crops. We lose them to degradation when they're not managed as sustainably as they could be. And so this is a really important thing to focus on from the point of view of habitat for a whole host of species that we care about, for maintaining these beautiful wide open spaces that we care about. But it's also really important economically for maintaining the resilience, the productivity, the economic viability of our family ranchers, almost 1 million of them across the country. So for all of these reasons, this grassland work is also really important to us. And again, similar to row crops, we've kind of built up a few decades of experience working at a number of different places. This is a photo from our Fox Ranch Preserve, which is in eastern Colorado. And here we're managing about 15,000 acres of prairie, for the benefit both of a cattle operation as well as for maintaining the biodiversity of that grassland ecosystem and also providing habitat for greater prairie chicken and a whole host of other important species. So we've tested and tried and learned in a bunch of different places, working with ranchers, working with other partners, and we know that again, this kind of more adaptive management, holistic management, integrated management can actually produce a lot of the times these win-win outcomes ecologically and economically. But again, despite all of our best efforts, we're not yet kind of making headway in achieving the scale of change that we would like to see. And so again, we've tried to set a goal for all of us and our partners and everyone we're working with to somehow try to ramp up, to try to kind of juice this whole really scale up implementation of these practices in rangelands and grasslands and pasture across the country in the next few years. And again, you can start to see how creating an ecosystem service market that could deliver incentives to ranchers who are using better practices to reward that behavior, incentivize that behavior, that could be game changing in trying to achieve this level of implementation. So we know, again, I'm not sure why the colors disappeared, but again, similar to row crops, we know that if we can achieve that level of change, there are hundreds of millions of metric tons of CO2 that can be stored in the ground and in the biomass. We know that habitat will be improved. We know that water quality and recharge of aquifers in the arid West will be improved. So we know there's a lot of benefits that can come from this if we can somehow find a way to catalyze that level of adoption. So we know this from all of these projects, all of these preserves that I mentioned on the ground, but I also mentioned how we're a science-based organization. So I wanted to share with you, this is just one figure from a paper that was published last year that looked at the whole US and tried to quantify the potential for nature-based climate solutions to be part of our overall climate change mitigation strategy in the US. And the long story short is, if you look just at our natural climate solutions, they can offer about 1/5 of our greenhouse gas emission reduction goal. So dealing with transportation, with the energy sector, with a whole bunch of other things. So there's a real potential there. In agriculture in particular, there's a number of opportunities. And, you know, the great thing about these is there's a whole host of co-benefits. There's co-benefits for water, there's co-benefits for the producer, and so we can really start to kind of get multiple bang for our buck if we can find a way to invest in these practices. Just to give you an example, I made a mistake when I created this figure and I left off the scale bar, so you'll just have to trust me. But that cover crop row there, that represents about 100 million metric tons of CO2 that could be stored per year if we were able to apply cover crops in our row crops across the country. And the fact that it's kind of a lighter green, I don't know how well you can see that, but the fact that it's lighter green means that it's actually pretty cheap. It's a pretty cheap way to get that carbon out of the atmosphere. Just keep that in mind, that we have really good science that says that these solutions actually can work. And so that, in addition to kind of all of that lived experience that I mentioned from our projects on the ground, that's kind of really guiding us forward and giving us this, this notion that ecosystem service markets could be game-changing in this arena, because they're quantifiable benefits from CO2, from other things that could come from adopting these practices. So another way that we know that these things could work is that we've actually been part of pretty successful payment for ecosystem service programs elsewhere in other arenas. So about 15 or so years ago, the Nature Conservancy started kind of developing and applying this model that we call water funds. And we didn't come up with this, but we've been starting to apply it in a lot of different places around the world, in Latin America, in Kenya. There's actually a water fund potentially in development not too far away here in the Delaware River watershed. But the idea is basically that you create a governance system that connects people downstream using water, who need water, with people upstream who are managing landscapes that can deliver that water. And so if you can incentivize better management upstream to produce cleaner water and to provide sufficient water, that can provide benefits to the people downstream. You just have to kind of close that loop and create those relationships. And it works really well. Like I said, we didn't create this model. This is a photo of the Papacton Reservoir in upstate New York. Many of you probably have heard this story. It's an oldie but goodie. But this reservoir is one of the major sources of drinking water for the city of New York. And in 1997, the city negotiated with the EPA, with the state of New York, with cities, counties, agricultural interests, to basically invest in improved management of this watershed for the purposes of avoiding investing in capital improvements in drinking water treatment systems in New York City. And so, 20-some years later, that's what's happened. The city water utility has spent about $1.5 billion to maintain forest cover and improve management upstate, but they've avoided, $4 to $5 billion in treatment upgrades. And so this is just an indication of how this payment for ecosystem services model really can work if you get the governance right, if you get sort of the science right, and you connect the beneficiaries with those who might manage land differently upstream. The problem, of course, is it takes a lot of startup costs to create a water fund in each and every new watershed you might go to. And so instead, wouldn't it be great if we had sort of a large-scale, systematic, comprehensive ecosystem service market that could much more directly connect with farmers and ranchers and producers across a large geography in a much more sort of systematic way, right? You'd sort of streamline those transaction costs and make it more efficient to participate. Well, that's happening, starting to happen anyway. So there's a new initiative that started just earlier this year, and you all can, if you can see that URL, you can Google this and learn more about it. But the Ecosystem Service Market Consortium is a nonprofit, multi-party collaborative effort that the Nature Conservancy is part of, and a whole host of companies are part of, and some other NGOs as well. And the whole idea here is to create a market that is focused on agriculture, that's facing towards the farmers and the ranchers, and it basically creates this relationship linking producers and their ability to manage their lands in a way that could generate credits with companies and others who might want to buy those credits. And there's a whole lot of work to do to kind of make sure that the quantification process is scientifically based and rigorous, and to make sure that the transactions can happen in a transparent way, to make sure that the institutional relationships are built up. So all of that is ongoing right now. And their goal is to launch a functioning market in 2022. And they're doing a series of pilots in the next few years to make sure their protocols work, to make sure that if they say there's a ton of carbon coming from an acre of wheat in Kansas, that they feel pretty confident about that. And the company that might buy that credit can feel pretty confident about that. So this effort is really, it's really exciting. There's a whole bunch of work involved. There's a whole bunch of moving parts and entities that are coming together. But I think this holds a lot of promise for, again, trying to unlock some of that transformational change that, that I think we all would like to see in agricultural systems, because we know we want to have a sustainable and resilient food production system, but we also know that we want these other benefits in terms of water quality, stored carbon, improved habitat, and things like that. So creating a market like that can help us get there, and it can probably help us get there in a rigorous way, a scientifically based way, in a fairly efficient way, rather than sort of building a one-off, watershed by watershed. It can help us connect producers and the work that they do to manage their land and implement practices with companies that might want to buy those benefits. So that's kind of the emerging sort of state of the institutional development on the ecosystem service market front with regard to agriculture. There are a couple other sort of private companies that are dipping their toes in this space too, and I can answer questions about those if people have them. But I'd encourage you to look into this and try to ask some questions about, how could this touch down sort of, here in the Chesapeake, in Maryland? What are the implications for local producers? How could they participate? What would have to work in one way versus another for it to make sense for producers to engage in this? So anyway, I hope that provides some useful context to what the Nature Conservancy is doing, and then also how we hope that ecosystem service markets in this space can really kind of help advance the change we want to see in agriculture. So thanks for listening.
Thanks, Chris, for that great vision. I am now going to take you into one of these markets, and I'm going to ask you to think a little bit more about the details, so get ready for that. I've been working in trading markets for a while, and as an economist, we haven't seen water quality trading markets thrive exactly, and so there's a lot of reasons for that. But what we do see in Maryland is that we do have an emerging market of credit trade, sort of against expectations, frankly, but it is still a work in progress. Many of the rules are still being established. But I can tell you that what I'm going to discuss today, since I talked to the regulator in charge of the rules yesterday, what I will tell you today is current as of yesterday. So let's jump ahead. Let's see if I can figure out how to forward the slides. It's the green one? Okay. The one with the forward arrow. Unless you've been living under a rock, you probably already know about cap and trade in the Chesapeake Bay, but it is important to talk about the cap before you talk about trading, because it's the cap that provides the context for trading. And so because we have this cap on nutrients in the Chesapeake Bay that's designed to restore aquatic habitat in the bay, and that cap is roughly a 20 to 25% reduction in nutrients and sediments compared to 2010 loads. Because we have that cap, that's what's going to enable and creates the incentive for trading. How might trading work? So the basic idea behind trading is that it helps you reduce the costs of achieving the cap. And so the ideal situation from an economic and social efficiency perspective is that those who, for some reason, have very high costs of compliance, perhaps they just don't have the space to put in practices, or whatever they would do to make the investment would be inefficient for them, they would like to be able to buy offsets from those who have low costs of compliance. So agriculture is the sort of example that people usually use of people who can reduce nutrients and sediments for relatively low cost. And so the regulations allow, since I'm talking to lawyers, I have to say that stuff right. The regulation allows anyone who would voluntarily create nutrient reductions and use an approved practice, okay, not just anyone, but almost anyone, we're talking about environmental restoration professionals, agriculture, aquaculture, I'm going to be talking about that some more, even wastewater treatment plants in Maryland, so I'm going to get into that. But regardless, to make trading work, you need this heterogeneity of costs that allows the high-cost compliers to find the low-cost reducers. And so so it doesn't have to be industry trading with farms, but it does have to be high-cost regulated entities trading with people who have low costs. Okay, I think I beat that horse. Okay. So this ideal that people had is that the big capital investments would not be made, and instead many small local investments would be made to reduce nutrients. But Maryland didn't quite work out like that. We had the Bay Restoration Fund, which we've all paid into, and that has been used to upgrade all the major wastewater treatment plants. So many people thought that would be a market killer because that was thought to be the main buyer of credits. But instead, wastewater treatment plants have become suppliers of credits because they've planned for a future in which more land will convert and population will grow. They have excess capacity right now. So they can also do additional things in the plants, add more chemicals, do certain types of management changes that can get them even lower than they're currently emitting in terms of nutrients. So they have become credit sellers in certain markets. The buyers in the Maryland industry are industrial dischargers, stormwater permit holders, the MS4 permits, and also some minor wastewater treatment plants that aren't scheduled to be upgraded. So these are the regulated people who have the legal responsibility to comply with reductions, looking to buy credits. And as I already mentioned, the sellers are anyone who would voluntarily produce credits and also have to meet other regulatory and baseline. So agriculture is probably aware of that. Right now, for the agricultural sector, they are required to have certain practices on the farm that are considered the baseline practices before they can offer credits. They have to do more than what's already regulated for them to do. Okay, so this is for the lawyers in the room, but also it helps understand the trading market and why things don't work exactly like some calculations might suggest. So you've got this trading between regulated and unregulated people. So the regulated people are holding the legal bag, so to speak. They're the ones that can be sued. When they buy credits from someone else, the legal liability doesn't transfer. So that's already something that's a major buyer concern. The sellers, particularly farmers I've heard express this, they're concerned about the idea of just letting someone onto their operation and seeing what's going on to verify the credits. I think we all agree for these credit creating markets to work, you have to be sure you're getting the reductions that you're paying for. And a lot of people don't understand this. You know, farmers are following the rules, why would they be worried about this? I liken it to saying, you know, would you invite a police officer to search your teenage child's room? You know, you might think you've got a good kid, you're pretty sure he's not doing anything he's not supposed to, but why invite trouble, right? So it's kind of the same feeling that farmers have. And then this one can get kind of tricky. The actions you would take to produce, it sounds straightforward, but it can be tricky. Actions you take to produce credits cannot in any way be something that the seller needs to use for regulatory compliance. And sometimes that area can be a little gray. Maybe some of the lawyers in the room have a good appreciation for that in terms of, especially when it comes to public money having funded certain things. And anyway, I could give you some examples if you're interested. So how do you handle this fact that the legal liability doesn't transfer? There are a couple ways in the markets that exist. When it is a bilateral trade, that is one buyer and one seller, the contract language is in place to try to protect the buyer. Also, aggregators often offer some kind of insurance. They pool credits from many producers, and that way if one person doesn't do what they're supposed to do, they have extra credits to cover that. Similarly, the state is offering this kind of reserve pool. Every trade that happens, 5% of the credits get put into this reserve pool that's intended to cover unintended actions. The other thing is what we economists like to call the risk premium, and that is, if you do sort of the calculations of what does it cost a buyer to comply versus what does it cost a seller to produce, that's not a strict story about what the price will end up being, because the buyers want to save a lot of money to make it worth taking this legal risk and also other risks. The seller similarly wants to be overcompensated, not just for the bare minimum of the cost of producing the credits, but just making it worth their while. There's going to be paperwork, there's going to be lawyers, you know, dealing with lawyers, that's a risk premium right there. So all those things go into the fact that you have to kind of adjust the expectations when you're looking at what's the price going to be. Now we get to sort of the social reason, the social efficiency reason of why we do trading. And basically the idea that I'm trying to represent here is that with trading, the stacks of coins represent the total cost of achieving the pollution diet. So on the left-hand side, if you had a lot of trading, you would really lower the total costs. If you have no trading, you're going to have much higher costs because of things like this. Hopefully you can see this picture here. It's a very urban area, cobblestone streets, maybe downtown Baltimore, maybe Annapolis. The point is, trying to fit stormwater devices into a landscape like that is extremely expensive, very disruptive, very expensive. And those are the kind of situations where we'd like to offer them a relief valve in terms of being able to buy offsets instead of messing up these historic streets. So that's the gist of why we do trading. Okay, yes, Lo beat that horse already. So this analysis that we just did for the Maryland Department of the Environment really shows the potential cost savings. So the median dollar per pound of nitrogen reduction in the stormwater sector, now this is money already being spent. So MS4 permit holders are already spending an average of, or median value of over $1,000 a pound of nitrogen and over $8,000 a pound of phosphorus. Now they're getting other benefits too, but when you break it down, that's what they're spending. Ag, on the other hand, in terms of the cost share programs and the farmer contributions, they're paying more like $16 a pound of nitrogen, around $500 a pound of phosphorus. So, and there's a lot of variability in there, but that's just a sense. So there's your opportunity. Now we know who the high-cost compliers are and the low-cost producers. The other thing, now I'm really getting into the weeds of the market, so I hope you guys are interested in this. So the colors in this Maryland map show the markets as the regulators envision them. They understand that for a market to work, there have to be a sufficient number of buyers and sellers to create a good market. So they've created these colored areas that are the main trading areas. But all the black areas are the de facto trading areas because of a piece of the regulation that says you can't use credits from outside the basin to offset pollution inside a basin if it has an impairment, a water quality impairment. And water quality impairments are widespread. So that really makes a huge difference in terms of expectations of what a credit will be worth, because this essentially creates many small markets where there might only be one seller or there might only be one buyer. And so what we know is that places where the wastewater treatment plants are operating, the major wastewater treatment plants that have low-cost credits, there's very low price of credits in those markets. And then in places where there isn't a wastewater treatment plant, there's much higher costs of credits. So far, the market is just getting started, but I happen to have some inside knowledge, so I know some of what's going on. And so that's really interesting, and it leads to opportunities as well as constraints. So just to give you a sense of what this really looks like in terms of what a producer, now I'm going to talk about aquaculture, but it's really analogous to farmers. What does a producer do to create a credit? What does that look like? So this is the aquaculture operation I can see from my office. And so aquaculture in recent regulation has been enabled to produce nitrogen and phosphorus credits. And a huge panel of experts got together to figure out exactly how much nutrient credit they should get, and this is the results of that expert panel. The table, that's just a tiny excerpt of the table, but depending on whether you're doing diploid or triploid oysters and the size you're going to market them at, you have an established nitrogen and phosphorus content per oyster. And so an example, I was afraid you had handouts of these slides, so that's why there's strike-throughs. I gave a version of this slide to someone that had a different number of bushels of oysters per bushel, and I fixed the numbers to represent our current best understanding. So anyway, our current best understanding is for an operation that produced 10,000 bushels of diploid oysters a year, and assuming 275 oysters per bushel, gives you, that person would produce 545 pounds of N and 60 pounds of P per year. And so, almost all of that's now eligible to be sold. And we did some modeling to say, if this market really got going, what would be the effect on aquaculture? Because Many people would like to see, talk about the other ecosystem service benefits. Many people would like to see aquaculture emerge as a strong industry in Maryland because of the benefits to water quality and habitat and even helping the wild catch oyster fishery. There's a lot of spillover effects. So we did this model that said, basically, is investing this way going to generate more growth in the industry? And so what we found, what this graph is showing, there's a lot of information here. We built a model that basically had the profit function for watermen, or for aquaculturists, sorry. And what the gray and blue bars show is sort of the steady state oyster. So that's not exactly true. This is if you took the current growth trends and projected them forward. This is how much production you would have in the year 15 years into the timeline. And then the orange and the yellow bars, I told you there'd be some details. This is it. You have to put on your thinking cap. The orange and the yellow bars are how much extra production we got because of trading. Now, why are there 4 bars? On the left-hand side, we have a $10 credit price that's based on looking at published prices in markets all around the country. So there are these markets where people list what the credit prices are. On the right 2 bars are a credit price that's based on an average price for credit for an MS4 stormwater permit holder who we added in that risk premium. We took away 30% of their cost and got $190 per pound of nitrogen. We're just talking about nitrogen. And so what you see, and then the other 2 differences are, is all of the oyster aquaculture production eligible to trade or only some of it? And that represents either sort of low trading interest versus high trading interest or alternative regulatory frameworks that were under consideration at the time we did this model. So what we see is that if you end up with the high credit price of $190 per pound of nitrogen, you really do induce a lot of growth in the industry based on that idea that profits drive industry growth. And so you also see a lot of extra nitrogen sequestered. But the low credit price did almost nothing. So this represents those different markets I was telling you about. There's markets where there are going to be low credit prices because of wastewater treatment plant credits, and there's places where they're going to be much higher. I can tell you this 190 value is not outside the realm of possibilities. And so based on current trades. So that is interesting, that it really does actually cause growth and at a sufficient level to generate some public benefits. So our results are that if the price is sufficiently high and all production is eligible for trading, oyster aquaculture could be encouraged to grow more quickly. If you're allowed to stack nitrogen and phosphorus credits, so this came up earlier today, stacking is when you can sell credits independent. So I would sell the nitrogen to someone, the phosphorus to someone, more likely the same person. Anyway, then you can get money for both. That effect of industry growth goes way up. We only looked at nitrogen because it wasn't clear whether the policy would allow stacking, but now it does. And we're just assuming that higher profits will drive the industry growth. So just to wrap this up, trading, is intended to lower the cost of meeting a pollution cap, but also create co-benefits. Those buyers are those ones with high cost of meeting a legally enforceable permit. In Maryland, the prices will tend to have a large range due to supply and demand conditions. And these prices need to include this risk premium to compensate buyers and sellers for taking these risks. And I think you'll see after the next speaker's talk how this really relates to agriculture as well. But it's kind of the same in the weeds that you would need for an agricultural producer. I think that's it. Oh, and financial gains really are motivating participation as we wanted. So that's good. Thank you for your time.
Matt and I are going to present together, so I'm going to stay seated. Thank you. It is a thrill to have esteemed colleagues that are partners, provide expert guidance, and frankly are cheerleaders as well. So it's just thrilling. And as I was listening, I thought about what do I really want to come out of this talk, and I have this vision where how's that? I have this vision where in Maryland, and remember that I would assert that Maryland farmers are probably our nation's #1 conservation farmers. And that's because we have the highest proportion, that's right, the highest proportion of conservation practices, the highest proportion, not the highest acreage, but the highest proportion of no-till and cover crop nationwide. Maryland farmers are making a difference, and they're making the difference with clean air, clean water, and clean land. So that's a really important starting place. But I envision a future where Maryland farmers take advantage of their ability to put more environmental practices on the ground, and in so doing, they're paid annually for the ecosystem services that those practices provide to the citizens of Maryland. And further, that while they reap that financial benefit, that they also reap the co-benefits of good agricultural practices on the land. So remember that this isn't just about nitrogen reduction, but the idea that these conservation practices also promote healthy soil, which can increase yield and produce more products on the farm. Did we leave the clicker up there? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, green, right? Big green. Okay. So what's happening in water quality trading in Maryland? The water quality trading is a water quality marketplace. You've heard about that. And it's transactions in Maryland between different sectors, okay? So you've heard Lisa talk about oyster aquaculture and wastewater treatment plants. So different sectors which we regulate can trade for the benefit of ultimately reducing nutrients that transfer into the Chesapeake Bay. What's a really important probably the most important take-home message that you all remember today is that in Maryland, we are open for business for water quality trading. It is happening right now. It's real. This is a market that is actually active and engaged throughout our state, and it's generating more and more interest. And I hope that our agricultural partners will begin to really think about how it might benefit your practices. So what's happening now? We have wastewater treatment plants trading, as Lisa described, to stormwater management regions, to counties. We have oyster aquaculture trading happening in the state of Maryland. We have private entities trading to public entities and vice versa in the state of Maryland. Some of these you're going to hear about in the news as early as today. We have a private sector trade happening that will go to a public sector. Others will be more quiet, but it's important to know that we are open for business for water quality trading. Now, our goals at the Maryland Department of the Environment are basically to enhance Maryland's effort to protect and restore its watershed. But when it comes down to our trading program, we want to have cost-effective and trusted and innovative practices. We've come about 50% of the way towards cleaning our Chesapeake Bay. That's an incredible success. The hard part is the 50% that we have remaining. We know how to do a lot of it, but there's a certain level of unknown or very expensive practices that you may or may not want your tax dollars to go towards ripping up cobblestone streets in Annapolis, for instance. You may want to meet our goal of restoring the Chesapeake Bay, but do it in a manner that takes advantage of new ideas, new innovation, new scientifically established and proven approaches that help us to reduce nitrogen and phosphorus flowing into the bay. So these are the three guiding words that we use: cost-effective, innovative, and trusted. So I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Matt, who was a driving force in developing the actual regulations around water quality trading for the state of Maryland.
So this slide shows kind of basically in general how a credit is going to be generated and traded. And I'll get into some of these concepts here in a sec, but just to show you the general process, you're going to have a BMP, your baseline's met, you're going to have a BMP on the property that's going to generate a pollution reduction beyond your baseline. That's going to be your credit. You're going to send in an application. Here we're talking about agricultural credits, so you're going to send in an application to MDA. MDA is going to review the application. It'll certify the credits. Those credits will be posted. As soon as a buyer sees the credits that they're interested in buying, they'll reach an agreement with the seller. That trade's going to be registered and posted. The credit's going to be transferred. Generally, as I think has already been mentioned, your seller's going to be a wastewater treatment plant or an agricultural source. Your buyer's going to be an MPDS permittee that has permit requirements with conditions based on the Bay TMDL. And your seller, of course, can also be an aggregator. So this is the process that we created, keeping in mind that we needed to generate transparency and safeguards. No, sorry. Transparency and safeguards to ensure that traded credits actually represent real reductions in nutrient loads. What you don't want to see are what's known in the industry as paper trades. Trades that you can actually see on paper, but that don't actually generate the nutrient reductions that are required. So first, you're going to have your baseline. Your baseline for all your sources is what is actually legally required. Once you actually generate a pollution reduction beyond that baseline, that's your credit. So your wastewater treatment plants are going to have baselines that are based on their waste load allocations that's established in the wastewater permits. Your counties with MS4 permits, those are stormwater discharge permits, are going to have the restoration requirement. And your agricultural sources are going to have their current practices and existing BMPs. So we move on to the certification process. Certification application into MDA or MDE is going to include items like the identification of the location, any permits required for installation, maintenance plans, and the agricultural BMPs are actually going to use MDA certification process. The verification, so credits actually have or can have a lifespan beyond 1 year. They're applied every year to a permittee's requirements, but they can have a lifespan beyond a year. And so we needed a verification process to ensure that past that 1 year, the BMPs are still generating the pollution reductions that they were originally certified for. So it can vary depending on the practice. In general, it's going to be every 3 years. I think it's general annually for agricultural credits. The verification needs to be performed by a verifier. It's an approved verifier by either MDE or MDA that doesn't hold an interest in the operation that's actually generating the credits. And of course, it needs to include information that verifies that the BMP continues to meet its baseline, is being operated and maintained properly, that no deficiencies exist, no corrective measures needed, or if corrective measures are needed, a detailed description of those deficiencies and the corrective measures. MDE does have some enforcement ability. It can order remedies to address deficiencies in the BMPs, additional inspections. It can revoke or suspend a credit for violations of the trading program. If a BMP is not actually performing according to its certification, or, God forbid, if there was any fraudulent information in the original certification. But, as has already been covered, permittees, i.e. the buyers, are ultimately responsible for meeting their permit requirements. There's no really direct enforcement against the sellers other than potential contract liability between the sellers and the buyers. The program does include an appeals process. It's anyone aggrieved by suspension or revocation of a credit has a right of review under the Administrative Procedure Act. And the program also contains a general prohibition on credit generation if the credit generator is in non-compliance with the permit terms or any other law. So again, credits can have lifespans past 1 year, and they do vary according to the practice. These are just some examples. The structural BMPs are stormwater BMPs every 3 years. I think cover crops are going to be every year, and forested buffers would need to be, they can be certified for 5 years.
Ready? So I think Lisa went over a good oyster aquaculture analysis, and I just really want to emphasize that we are seeing oyster aquaculture trades in 2019 in Maryland. It is happening. This is a really interesting and and unique opportunity. I think it's an emerging business, and as an emerging business, I think they are willing to consider risks associated with water quality trading that Lisa talked about. But the bottom line is we are seeing trades in Maryland with oyster aquaculture. We are working through all of the process with our farmers, with oyster aquaculture aggregators. So in agriculture, I don't really need to detail what aggregation is, but it may continue having entities that serve to aggregate credits may be a useful tool for the market in Maryland, particularly as it relates to oyster aquaculture and likely as it relates to agriculture as well.
So this slide shows the general trading geography. The trades have to take place in these three different regions. You have the Potomac River Basin, the Patuxent River Basin, and the Eastern and Western Shore River Basins of the Susquehanna. The program also includes trading ratios, and these are kind of numeric adjustments that apply in certain conditions. There's an uncertainty ratio that applies to compensate for possible discrepancies in the actual pollution reductions resulting from inaccuracy in credit estimation methodology or kind of in project performance. There's an edge of tide ratio that's, again, it's a numeric adjustment that's going to reflect the rate of pollution reductions as a result of natural processes and man-made structures such as dams. And then there's a reserve ratio as well, and this is the 5% that was alluded to earlier. The state takes for a variety of reasons, and in general, it's to cover BMPs damaged by unforeseen events such as acts of God or poor maintenance, or just to improve the overall water quality.
Okay. So how does this work? Basically, MDE is the Craigslist of water quality trading. We really seek to basically provide a registry that allows you, if you are an agricultural credit provider, to register that I have X number of nitrogen credits, Y number of phosphorus, Z amount of sediment. And if you are a county government official and you need to make up credits for your MS4, you might go on to this registry and look for who's got credits. Now that's one way of doing it. It's not the only way. We also expect that farmers might, before they institute a practice on their land, contact their county or the counties that are eligible to purchase credits from them and say, hey, would y'all be interested in purchasing, roughly 500 pounds of nitrogen? And before they make the investment or partner with an NGO to make the investment of improving BMPs on the ground, they determine that they do actually have a buyer in place. The legal community is crucial in their role is providing the contract between the buyer and the seller. MDE serves as we ensure that the credits are verified. We ensure that it meets all of our standards in terms of a credit trade. We certify the trade, and then we ensure that it's monitored over time. So we basically are the Craigslist of water quality trading. And I have in the back of my head a conversation that I had with Lisa a little over six months ago, where she said, look, Suzanne, the key is keep it simple. So I'm not promising you that it's simple behind the scenes, but I am promising you that we're doing everything we can to keep it simple from the perspective of buyers and sellers. And if you'll work through this early stage with us, we are absolutely dedicated to making this marketplace viable and beneficial for both buyers and sellers. Remember that our general guidelines are that we've got to trade within a geography. You've got to know what your geography is. You've got to know how long your trades can last, what their vintage is, and then you've got to do a series of maintenance and verifications on those trades. It's not like you're not already doing that with a lot of your best management practices on your farms. This is not new in the agricultural field. Why are we doing this? I come back to where I started. We're doing this to clean the Chesapeake Bay. We're doing it to provide cost-effective, trusted, and innovative practices that will allow us to meet our ultimate goal of clean local waterways, in addition to a clean and healthy, restored Chesapeake Bay. So I do have technical staff that are working every day on this issue, and I'm happy to share their contact information, but we're happy to take any questions if the audience so desires. Thank you.
Here. So along the lines of keeping things simple, MDE is working on putting little calculator spreadsheets on their website that folks can use to estimate what their credits would be.
Yeah, Greg Sandy is in the audience right now, and he's actively working on those calculators. So you don't have to know off the top of your head how much nitrogen will be reduced if you put in a particular type of practice. You'll be able to calculate that. Thank you.
Other than cover crops, I saw cover crops listed. Do you know of any other crops that can be used to do nutrient trading that can get credits, like analogous to the aquaculture? At UMES a few years ago, we did some work with energy beets, and so they could possibly be used as a rotation crop and could maybe bring up legacy phosphorus. But from what I could tell, a crop thing like that was not in anybody's brain.
So it's a baseline, but then the practice has to be approved through a technical review committee, right? So as long as it's been approved through the technical review committees, the stacks, through the Bay program, you're good to go. If it is new, then particularly from a university, you are very perfectly positioned to take it through a stack program and make sure that it does get the benefits and we establish, this is the trusted part. We do, like the Nature Conservancy, we really care about the science aspect of it. So as long as it can get through that technical review committee and we can determine the value of it above and beyond agricultural baseline, you should be where you need to be.
As I understand it, and I don't really understand it, it seems to me that farmers are going to be reducing their level of pollution for the purpose of enabling larger polluters to continue polluting at the same or an increased level. Who are the buyers of these credits, and what is the policy reason for allowing these polluters to continue and increase their level of pollution?
Thank you for that question. That's an excellent question. I'll take a big picture, and then if you guys want to handle any. So, in Maryland, the state of Maryland must reduce nitrogen and phosphorus going to the Chesapeake Bay. It is not a sector. It is not an urban. It is the state of Maryland must reduce nitrogen and phosphorus going into the Chesapeake Bay. How we do that is blessedly left up to us. It's a blessing and a curse, right? So as a state, we have decided to extend reduction, a pollution diet to our different sectors. So we can use state resources and pay, as Lisa suggested, thousands of dollars to reduce the water that runs over streets in urbanized area. We can dig up the streets and we can install pipes and we can do things like that. It is very expensive. We can achieve the same results by paying farmers, if they choose, to install additional best management practices on their farm. It is completely at your choice and only if it benefits the farming practice. That does not reduce the requirement on our urbanized areas. They continue not only to have to meet their restoration requirements for their county permit, but they have to continuously improve and continuously restore. So it can buy them time so that they can choose restoration practices like planting trees, like installing a green street. It can buy them time to get there. It does not alleviate them of their requirement to address their pollution. Remember, as a state, we are required to reduce nitrogen and phosphorus. We are not required to do it by sector. Does that make sense? Lisa, do you want to add anything, Chris?
I would add something. I don't know how to turn this on.
Here, use mine. Use mine.
Does that work? Okay, good. So, yeah, I think we just want to big picture this. We have another question, I guess? Or maybe, do you want to make a statement? Is that what you're saying? I'm not sure what that hand means, but I'm just going to add a little bit to that, and then we'll go to the next question. So, I mean, big picture here, it is just a lot of public money going that's moving around the table. So as Suzanne suggested, we can spend the public money in ways that are really expensive or less expensive, and there really is no bad guy here. It's more just what's the most effective way for us to clean up the bay. And the good thing about the bay is that a lot of these reductions, because the bay is tidal and things mix and circulate, it's not necessarily very important to, in all cases, reduce in a particular location. You can reduce somewhere else and still have the same effect on the aquatic environment. Now, you still do want to clean up the local streams, and there's a lot of protections in place for that, but you know, these impairments that we have are not necessarily that we have horrible, toxic, cesspool streams, right? You can look at your waters in Maryland and you can see a lot of them are pretty healthy. Sometimes that TMDL that's preventing trading, for example, is just excess sediment, which isn't even necessarily bad all the time. You know, so the point is here, it may be a misconception to vilify this idea that we're somehow letting the urban sector off the hook. They've already spent billions of dollars upgrading wastewater treatment plants, putting in stormwater devices. It's required of developers. So, you know, I do think it's important we think in the context of, you know, a penny saved is a penny earned here. It's a penny that can go to school improvements. It's a penny that can go to lots of other needs. You know, we don't need to punish the counties.
All right, I've got a question about how transparent are these markets from a financial perspective? Does the MDE site show dollars per credit? Is that publicly available also?
Oh, yeah, no.
No, we don't. And again, it is a question that we're getting a lot, and people want to know where the market is. You know, again, in the Craigslist model, you can list what you want to sell it for or what you might be willing to buy it for. But, you know, we are, the contract, we don't publicize it. Am I right, Greg Sandy? Yeah, we do not publicize exactly how much people paid because that is a private contract between two parties. But we've heard that question before and we're thinking about it.
In this Craigslist over here.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks. Using this Craigslist analogy, like, is there a cost as a seller to post or participate or transactionally, like that permit or the verification? Is there any transaction costs?
There's no well, 5% transaction costs. Okay, Greg, some. But again, and the time to put towards it to fill out the paperwork and so on.
What do you guys think about the equity complaints that people make about these kinds of cap and trade programs?
You want me to take this one?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I think it's really important to acknowledge that when we talk about trading, we are potentially moving things from urbanized neighborhoods that may be poor neighborhoods to areas of the rural community. You know, the reductions are moving, right? And so some people object to that idea. But I'll kind of go back to my idea of that a lot of these, the effect of these stormwater BMPs is not necessarily so huge that the cost is really worth it. Like, we could agree that equity is an issue. We could put aside some of the credits to use toward really useful projects in these communities. Do they need green space? Is there a particular source of pollution that we could target very effectively? But this idea that we have to keep all the practices in the urban areas regardless of cost can lead to just extreme inefficiencies. So yes, we care about equity, but we could spend half as much improving equity more, I would think, in some cases. I think you have to look at this on a case-by-case basis. That's a generalization, but sometimes the level of benefit we're getting per unit cost is so small, it's hard to imagine that's really an equity hit to me, an economist.
Yeah, we're generally looking at county-wide or watershed-wide pollution diet requirements, and which is a little bit different than a point source pollutant going into one watershed. So it's not, it's not the good versus evil narrative that we want to, that's being addressed here. And at the same time, we are concerned about equity issues. So it's on our radar. It's a question we're asking ourselves around every single trade, making sure that we're not putting groups at disadvantage over others. So, so far, according to what Lisa said and our observations, we think that the benefit is greater than any localized impact. Does that make sense?
So I understand the calculator is in development, but you showed the numbers for oysters and how they kind of compare. How do ag best management practices compare to the numbers to the aquaculture and oysters?
Oh my gosh, better, right? Ag. Yeah, it depends on the practice, right? Yes, it's very practice dependent, but,
Right. I mean, I think it's possible the cost per pound is better, much lower for agricultural practices.
Bioreactors, things like that, yeah.
What's nice about the aquaculture is that it is in the water, so you're sure that that nutrient is coming out of the water with 100% certainty, whereas water flow paths are complicated, and we're never sure exactly what's reaching the bay with agricultural land. But I think we all see a lot of benefits to the ag sector producing credits.
So to segue, then, next question, I think Chris's organization would confirm and probably advocate for permanent change of certain land practices. So in an ag entity, you've got pasture land, you've got tilled land, you probably have forest land, and what currently exists on your property is your baseline. So if you're going to convert, say, cropland right next to the Mississippi River into permanent forest, that's the highest best management practice, or the highest improvement in your nitrogen and phosphorus that you can create to become credits. That's a permanent, really long-term investment for a farm to make. Maryland has chosen to make its program an annual credit so that you can't sell a permanent credit. If for some reason a firm wants to create that, there's a lot of risk premium, because what if there's only demand in years 2 or 3? And don't forget that farmers every year have to go out, generally borrow lots of money to put in the crops. So this is one more thing that you're going to suggest that a farm go out and invest in growing 30 acres of trees that in year 1, 2, and 3 is not going to pay you anything. So how do you address the annual versus the lifetime credits?
The lifetime is established based on the practice, right? So for a cover crop, it would be 1 year, right? Okay. But for other practices, installing riparian buffers, you've got a different lifetime for that, and you can invest longer term. You can get more credits annually from that, as long as you have a buyer who's willing to buy them over the length of that lifetime. But the lifetime, the investment that you're making it should be dependent on the practice that you're putting in place, and different practices have different lifetimes.
Yeah, I would imagine that with longer-term practices, there's a certain certainty there that a buyer would probably appreciate and might be willing to pay for.
If the buyer needs it, but my point is you're still at the mercy of that buyer. It's almost like most of us probably have home mortgages. It's like all of a sudden you're saying, oh, wait a minute, this guy's only giving me a 10-year loan, this one's a 5-year loan, and that's the way the market used to be, and it all standardized into a 30-year home mortgage because that became more secure. I'm not seeing anything like that for these
where you see it is
conversion.
the Chesapeake Bay program. It has a TMDL. We have to achieve a certain level by 2025. It doesn't stop after that. That the demand to keep our pollution, our nitrogen and phosphorus and sediment, reducing, keeping that low, is going to continue. So the Chesapeake Bay program doesn't end. Our TMDL program is not going to end. The demand will continue to be there. Our permitting program, which enforces that, is not going to end either. So I don't see it as a short-term time frame.
Well, then are you all suggesting that longer-term contracts do exist, that maybe one of the MS4s lets you downtown Annapolis with the cobblestone streets because it's easier to visualize? pay for a 20-year contract. Are you negotiating any, is really my question.
So,
Just in
so
transparency,
yeah,
does this program offer that?
we're not negotiating, but Anne Arundel County is negotiating with wastewater treatment plants in Anne Arundel County, right? So yes, that is happening. Now, what exactly is in all those negotiations, I may not know all that. And again, you know, but we know that there's a 5-year permit that's about to drop on Anne Arundel County this December. And they're going to have some new goals that are being set.
So presumably a 5-year in that case. So that's
And then right as that one ends, they'll have another 5-year one, right? They're never not going to be regulated by the state.
And Chris, do you want to add to that?
Is this program offered to the second largest horticultural businesses in Maryland, the greenhouse, nursery, golf course? We follow best management practices. Is the same program offered to us as well?
I see my buddy Steve Black in there, and he knows that, yes, 100% yes. Let's sit down, let's talk about it. Let's get together and let's talk about opportunities for your industry.
Thank you. I think that'd be a great plus for our industry. Thank you.
Transparency and predictability, I think, are essential to getting new participants in the market and engaging the ag sector. If the department doesn't publish contracts or specific deal prices, would you consider making available annual averages or providing market information? I think inducing new players in the market is really important to provide them a sense of what credits are trading for with some level of granularity.
I'm just asking my attorney if there's any reason we can't do that. Any reason we shouldn't do that, Lisa, Chris, any?
You could distort the market, but you would also potentially invite participation. So there's trade, like many things, there are trade-offs to doing that. Yeah.
Right. It's almost one of the most common questions. So yes, we are very much considering if and how, and hearing it again today is just reinforcing that we've got to address this. So we are open to addressing it, yes.
Thank you. I hate to end it when there's still hands in the air, but we got to keep it moving because I know everybody had some horrendous traffic and you don't want to have to deal with that going home. So please help me thank our panelists. We will take a 10-minute break, so come back in 10 minutes. There is fresh caffeine out in the hallway.
This is your 2-minute warning. Please get back in your seats. We're going to get started in 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. No, thanks.
That's why I went and bought a bottle of water. That's why I went and bought a bottle of water.
Vanished.
And they...
So, just to get on the same page, Keith is first, then me, then you, right?
Correct.
Okay. Paul, could you put those signs out, please? The name signs?
Where are they at?
Fill this up. Second.
There's a picture right there.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Keith?
So one of the two people testifying.
You do whatever you need to do. You have 1 minute. Please be taking your seats and being quiet. 1 minute.
No, so one of the guys testifying yesterday for hours and hours had a 48-ounce water bottle just sitting on a podium next to the kids, which is absolutely how I would roll if I had to be.
They'll turn it on whenever you're ready. This is the only mic on.
I'm not going to go through that diagram.
I had to look for the on mic.
Although it's kind of a power move, right? Like, oh, excuse me, first I need some water.
A bit. And I don't know how he, didn't have to ask for a break, but I guess he has his system. And I respect that.
Yeah, it was like an ambassador and a similar, like, attaché kind of person, right?
Yeah. Wow.
You're first, correct? I have short-term memory.
That's all right, no. It's only not Ollinger, but just in case. Yep.
Okay.
Remember, you ever saying it wrong, but just in case.
I'm used to those last names. I got one like it. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started with the last panel of the day.
And she's keeping time for you,
Okay.
so you'll get a 5-minute and 1-minute warning.
Thank you.
Give everybody 1 more second to take their seats.
There's a lady here keeping time, so she'll give you 5 minutes and 1 minute.
Okay.
With the dark hair who's been bending over?
Right here?
I'd like to thank everybody for sticking around to the very end. You get gold stars for that. So you have the panelists in your name, so I'm not going to read bios to anybody. You have them, you can read them. That will just take up extra time. So this panel is sort of over neighbor relations and right to farm issues. So I'm going to get us started with Keith Olinger, who's a farmer in Howard County. And again, you have his bio in the packet, so you can go ahead and read it. And I'll let Keith turn it over to Keith and let Keith talk about his issues that he's faced as a farmer in Howard County and how he's dealt with those.
Well, thank you, Paul. I'll try not to blow out your ears. I have a pretty good booming voice, so I'll try to stay away from the microphone here. But so what had happened with us is a little bit of the backstory. Our family's been farming for as far back as we can trace into Germany, over 400 years. We came to Philadelphia in 1741 and settled in Berks County. I'm Pennsylvania Dutch. I jokingly say I'm the first export, so I came down to Maryland. In 1957, my grandfather was helping fill the fuel tanks at the farm, and he must have got some gas on his hands and rubbed it on his bib overalls, and when he started the tractor, a spark lit him on fire. And so he spent 6 months in the hospital with skin grafts and everything else. He got out on Halloween of '57. It was another 2 years before he became remotely functional as far as a farmer. My uncles were 10, 11, and my dad was 13. My Uncle Luke was 14. And then it was my grandmother were essentially running the farm. Well, then that spring, the barn caught fire, and my grandmother and grandfather were able to get the cows out of the barn, but when the fire trucks came, it scared the cows. They ran back into the burning barn, and we lost half the herd, burned to death.
So at that time, insurance wasn't a full boat thing. You got a percentage. And so they decided, and they couldn't replace the building and the herd, so they decided they went to the smart thing, replace the herd. Well, in the animals that they brought in, one or all of them had a disease called brucellosis, and what happened was the state quarantined the herd, so they couldn't buy any animals in, they couldn't sell any animals out, and so essentially you had a farm that didn't have an income for about 5 years. At the end of that 5-year term, the bank, they weren't making the mortgage payments, the bank was going to sheriff sale them, so they worked out a deal that if they did a quick sale, they wouldn't throw them off, and that's what they did, and that was the end of the Olinger family farm. So that was 61. I was born in 69, and my family had been working on other farms by that point. My dad was a dairy herdsman for 2 dairy herds. And so I grew up in the 70s, which was the get bigger, get out years, and farmers were expanding. And we had a deep love of farming in our community. Most of the people were retired farmers or relatives of farmers. It was a very, very integrated community. And so I had this deep love of farming. Well, then the 80s came. We had the first crisis, Farm Aid, the dairy buyout. You had Pennsylvania Dutch farmers that never throw anything away and never spend any money going bankrupt. And I loved farming. I absolutely adored it. I worked on all my neighbors' farms. And my advice to the family was like, don't even bother. It's not worth it. It's a dead industry. Don't even do it. And but that didn't matter. I still loved it. So I had to figure out, well, how am I going to make money and get a farm? So one of the skills or one of the interests that I had was I loved the ocean. We used to go to the Jersey Shore every year, and I just loved the ships and everything else. So I went back to college, got a degree in public policy, worked with Senate, worked with the House in the state of Pennsylvania. And then I went back to school to get my master's degree and get my ship's officer's license. So I worked as a ship's officer in the United States Merchant Marine. And that's how I made my money. You can make a good living as a sailor. So I met my wife, and we came down here. I worked for Military Sealift Command at the Navy Yard. And we kept looking and looking, and finally we said, all right, it's time we go and try and buy a farm. So we found a place in Montgomery County. It was in the Ag Reserve. The transfer development rights had been sold. So its primary use was agriculture. It was in their agricultural preservation program. The property was zoned for agriculture. My wife, myself, our realtor, we looked at the public record. Everything looked good. We hired a title company, did a title search. Nothing came back negative. So we bought the property. Now again, it was $945,000, bought you 10 acres in Montgomery County, so that's what I did. That was the best I could do. And about 2 years in, we finally got everything together. I started to put in a boundary fence because I was a livestock farmer. As I traveled around the world, I looked at all these best practices. I was looking more towards organic. I thought, I'm going to raise food, share it with these people in this community. I don't have to sell to the world, but I can make a good living selling to people in my neighborhood, build a community around it. And suddenly the neighbor came over and said, you can't put up a fence. What are you doing here? And I said, well, what are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. We did a title search. Nothing came back. Well, we were going through, if you remember that time, 2009, the market was crashing. And so we bought just below the peak. And so we were refinancing. And I called up the attorney that was doing the refinance. And I said, hey, this neighbor just told me this. I said, what the heck's he talking about? He said, oh, well, let me look. He's like, oh, yeah, there's these covenants on your land. And I said, what are you talking about? I said, why didn't anyone tell me this? I did a title search. Why didn't anybody tell me this? We looked at the public record. Where was this information? Oh, well, we're not required to tell you if we find covenants, conditions, or restrictions. We're required to tell you if we find a lien on the property. So understand, it wasn't a homeowners association. It wasn't a co-op association. It wasn't a condo association. They were not required to provide us documentation on the covenants because they said they didn't have to. So suddenly, we had spent all this money on a piece of land to farm, and it became quickly apparent that we were going to have a problem doing it. Well, then the next thing came the letter from the attorney that they were going to sue us if we didn't cease and desist taking down our fence that we were putting up for a boundary fence. So I immediately tried to figure out what in the heck just happened. So I reached out to the county. I'm like, you guys bought this land in ag preservation. I'm like, what the hell did you buy? In the covenants, it says you can't put a fence in front of the front line of the house. Why did you buy something that said you can't have a fence up? And why would you not tell me about it? Well, we didn't have to. So earlier in the day, when I asked about the covenants, conditions, and restrictions to the group up here, I know Ann and Mouth, you know, I have no issues with them. I just wanted to get you thinking about this, that this can happen. So we immediately, we got an attorney. We tried to figure out what could we do. So we looked at trying to do a bill that would make it that you could not put covenants on a piece of agriculturally preserved land that would restrict its agricultural use. So we did it we had the option of doing it as a statewide bill or a county-specific bill. We decided for logistical purposes to do it as a county-specific bill. So in that case, it goes through the delegation first. If it passes the delegation favorably, more than likely it'll pass the whole body favorably. Well, it passed the Senate unanimously, and the neighbors turned it into an issue where if this passes, homeowners associations will be defunct, anyone can put a red door on their house, and no one will have any say over it. And so it failed in the House by 1 vote. And so what happened was now we had a piece of property that we couldn't put up a fence, so what was I going to do? Well, I had planted native wildflowers and grasses because what I was going to do was multi-species rotational grazing. We were going to plant tree crops. And anyway, we could have gone forward with the lawsuit. We would have had to sue the seller's real estate agent, because the realtor had sold other properties in the community and had provided those buyers with the covenants. They did not provide us with the covenants. We would have had to sue the settlement company. We would have had to sue the entire neighborhood, because there was a architectural control committee that had been in the neighborhood. However, it had gone defunct at least 15 years prior to us. There were other homes in the neighborhood that had full boundary fences, that had sheep, that had horses. It was only when they found that I was actually going to be doing full working agriculture, I was going to be an actual working farm, that they lost their minds. Keep in mind, we had lived there 2 years. We had had pigs the entire time, and they never smelled the pigs. They never even knew they had them until we told them that I have pigs and we're raising pigs, and then suddenly you're going to destroy our property values, you're going to ruin our neighborhood. It was really hard because they refused to let their children play with our children, their grandchildren. They wouldn't let them play with them. I was surrounded by people that hated my guts. They posted different things. They put different things in the newspaper about me, and these were people that had never even met me. So I decided the attorney said, I think we can win this case. If we spent $60,000 on that up to that point. If we spent another $120,000, we could win the right to farm our property, because they felt the covenants had been abandoned. But at this point, I did not want to live in that neighborhood anymore. I had to go outside and work right across the fence line from these people. No pun intended. We didn't have a fence anymore at that time. But I had to see them every day. They would look away from me. People would stop and take pictures. They'd sit up in the hill behind our house taking pictures of our property whenever I was out working. So it was a hostile situation, and so we decided to leave. But again, we had our easement on the property did not require a soil and water conservation plan. We had voluntarily put one on. We were so small, we did not meet the criteria at that point for a nutrient management plan, but we had a nutrient management plan. I've been around farming my entire life, but I did the beginner farmer training program in Montgomery County with Chuck Schuster and the University of Maryland Extension. So it wasn't like I was getting into something that I didn't know. They said, oh, you knew, you just want to hide it now and do this. They said, oh, you don't want to farm, you just want to pretend to be a farmer. Well, anyone that knows me now comes out to the place, I'm a farmer. I'm sorry. So it was a very difficult situation. I did 2 years of therapy just to, work through it. My therapist would say, Keith, I think you're depressed. I said, I'm not depressed. I'm pissed and angry, but I ain't depressed. And she's like, no, I think you are. I'm like, trust me, I'm not, So just so you understand, it's a sad thing. We eventually moved to Howard County, which is marginally not better as far as neighbor relations go. but we had to stay within the realm that my wife could drive back and forth to Bethesda, and, you know, God bless her heart, she drives about an hour and a half each day back and forth, you know, each way. But I got a good wife. She's wonderful. We have a good, strong marriage. We've got great kids. They're smart. They're healthy. So it's not a bad story. But what it taught me was I had to be involved. So I'm on, I think, 14 different boards, committees, commissions, and councils. I love agriculture, and I'm never going to stop fighting for our farmers. I can't say where I'll be in 10 years because it's hard. The small farm is hard to run. But I definitely believe in the industry. I think it's a noble industry. There's good people here. So that's my experience with what happened.
Our next presenter is Meha Suri, who is a faculty specialist in the Department of Ag and Resource Economics with the University of Maryland and works on the Ag Law Education Initiative as well. So Meha, talk to us about the program we did this year.
Thanks, Paul. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here and staying late. And thank you, Keith, for sharing your story with us today. What we wanted to do with this panel, as we're closing the conference today, I know that we're the Ag Law and Environmental Law Conference, but with this panel, I really wanted to highlight, of course, the legal protections that do exist, but as we heard with Keith's story, sometimes those protections aren't enough. And so the Ag Law Initiative is actually taking some efforts to educate different stakeholders in different communities so that we can avoid kind of these horrendous conflicts that, for example, that Keith's family was involved in. Okay, so just a bit of a background on the concept of neighbor relations and right to farm. So as we all know in Maryland and really across the country, that we have a trend basically, right, of suburban and urban areas are expanding, and that means that people who aren't used to being next to farms are now suddenly moving in next door to dairy, grain operations, et cetera. And unfortunately, as we heard, this can cause conflict, right? So there's legal conflicts that come up, but as Keith shared, there's also personal and social conflicts that also arise. Legal protections exist, like the right to farm law, but like in Keith's case and in some others, because the right to farm law is focused around nuisance suits, it's not always it's not always a defense that's possible. It can't always be utilized. For that reason, things like education and good communication are really important in preventing those conflicts. So having these non-legal or, well, not illegal, but non-legal and non-adversarial methods to establish good neighbor relationships. So right to farm in Maryland, as I've mentioned, and as I know many of you in the audience are aware, what is a law that was passed in 1981. It was updated a few years ago to include seafood and watermen, so it's not just agriculture on land. And basically the right to farm law exists, and what it does is protect farmers against nuisance lawsuits. So some things that are very typical on a farm operation, like odor, dust, noise, for a non-farming neighbor, that might could be considered a nuisance, or they may feel like that's a nuisance. And a legal approach that was taken around the time that this law was passed is that these groups or these homeowner associations would use these kind of nuisance suits to either kick out the farm or reduce their functionality to a point where it was basically no longer a working farm. So that was the goal behind these right to farm laws. It's an affirmative defense, and as long as the defendant can basically prove that they're using a good agricultural practice or seafood practice, more or less the right to farm law would protect them. So in Maryland, I'm not going to go through this, but these are some of the conditions that are required to be in place in the operation for right to farm to apply. It has to be a farm. It has to be in operation for a certain amount of time, and again, be in compliance with, relevant and applicable laws, regulations, and permits. So all 50 states in the U.S. have some version of right to farm. As we heard earlier, like in North Carolina, in the North Carolina hog case, and I think in Delaware as well, it has to be that there's a change in the land use around the farm as opposed to the farm changing for the law to kick in. But overall, all of the states have some right to farm protections. And in some of the states, there are constitutional amendments that include a right to farm protection. And in some states, those constitutional amendments have failed. So we talked about the hog farm litigation, so I won't get into it again. But basically, as we heard, that the suit was brought against Integrator, but what that led to the farms themselves being shut down. And Colby brought up this really great point earlier that some of the neighbors didn't realize what they were getting into with shutting down their neighbors' farms. And I think that that question and that topic is exactly why things like education and communication and establishing good neighbor relationships, understanding what these laws mean, what they protect and what they don't protect, what the consequences may be, I think that's why that component and some of the work that ALEI with our partners has done, I think that's why it's so important. Because the consequences, as Keith mentioned, and as we know from the hog farm litigation, the consequences can really be, the loss of a farm. So in Maryland, the counties have also adopted, almost all of the counties have adopted some version of a right to farm ordinance in their county codes. So basically they differ state by state, but the goal here is one of the goals in having it in the county code is that someone who's buying a property or moving into a neighborhood could be or should be put on notice that the right to farm law exists, and that to expect this as someone moving into a property in a new neighborhood, that this might be happening around you. And I don't have information on it today, but a few years ago, Paul and some others in the ALEI group actually did do some educational programming with realtor groups in particular, because realtors themselves may not understand what right to farm means. They may not understand what the easement or the sale of rights, of development rights actually means in the property that they're selling, that they're brokering. And so the goal of those workshops was to educate that service provider on what is it that you're actually telling these people. Like, what does this housing contract actually mean when it says that there's a right to farm in this neighborhood? So here are some exclusions to the right to farm defense. As I mentioned, you have to be a farmer or a seafood operator that's basically in good legal standing. People who are violating other laws are still liable to be held accountable for those violations. But again, something important to note is that the right to farm defense primarily is applied to farming operations. So if someone then also has like an outdoor concert business with a lot of traffic and a lot of noise, and they're not zoned to be doing that, that would not necessarily fall under the protection of the right to farm, but the farming operation would be what is protected. So something that's really not unique to Maryland, but I think really an important clause in the Maryland right to farm law is that before a lawsuit can be brought, the right to farm complaint has to be heard by a county ag reconciliation board or through the state's ag conflict resolution service, which is housed at the Maryland Department of Agriculture. So the local review or mediation helps to control legal costs and also can help both parties or the multiple parties involved understand, really get at the root of what the problem is. Often it's a miscommunication, often it's due to lack of education, lack of understanding. And although mediation is not a perfect solution, and of course mediation often and can fail, there's an opportunity to talk about these problems and come up with solutions outside of the courtroom when things can tend to get adversarial and heated and can of course be expensive and lengthy. And if the suit is not mediated or heard by a county board, then there isn't jurisdiction to actually hear the case. So our invited speaker today, who is not able to join us because he's busy in his fields today, was Lee Richardson, who's actually part of a county ag reconciliation board. Each county has one. Sometimes they're called different things or they're housed in different places, but they're made up of, a few to several individuals who have some expertise in ag and land use. And the boards meet basically whenever a complaint is brought. And so for some boards they meet a few times a year. And I know from some colleagues that they're on a board and they've never actually met once. So it really depends on the needs in the county. It depends on how these conflicts go, how much they escalate. But I did want to get a quote from Lee, who could not join us today, about his perception of being on the county board. So I won't read the quote to you because it is up here, but because basically the benefits are that we may avoid court, it can save money, and that often there's a misunderstanding and that a solution can be implemented quickly and effectively without getting into this process. I know that in some meetings it's as simple as, hey, like, a neighbor comes in and says, I don't like when you apply this so close to, I'm having an outdoor party. Can you wait till the next month to apply it? Answer, sure. And then it's over. And then we never went to court and there was no protracted battle. That, of course, it doesn't always go that way, and some of these conflicts do go to court. But having this institutional step in place, I think, is a really powerful tool. Oh,
sorry, that's my timer.
Is a really powerful tool in the Maryland Right to Farm law. Okay, so I want to spend my last few minutes on the Neighbor Relations Project that ALEI is doing with the University of Maryland College of Agricultural and Natural Resources, the Departments of Resource Economics, Plant Sciences, and with our Extension colleagues. So, looks like we're a little cut off here, sorry. So these neighbor relations workshops are a series of workshops that were made possible in part by a grant from the Maryland Grain Producers Utilization Board, so thank you to our sponsors. And our goal basically was to develop this Ag 101 series to reach non-farming communities in rural areas. So like I said, it's like a Ag 101 over the course of about 2 hours or 3 hours. Our target audience was county officials and like zoning folks, planning folks, others who are very integral to the rural community, but may not have a good sense of what good agricultural practices are or even what agriculture is. So that day we had presentations on an intro to grain production, an intro to poultry production, water use, and what Right to Farm is and what it may entail for rural communities. So our goal here was to make that non-farming audience more aware of agriculture, to hopefully make it less scary and more familiar, and so that neighbors who aren't part of farm operations feel comfortable with what's going on, across on the other side of the fence. So we did a quiz, before and after with our attendees to see, how much they knew about ag going in and how much they learned coming out. And we had some pretty good numbers. We had increased knowledge on nutrient application, increased knowledge on aerial application. About more than half of the attendees increased their knowledge about tillage. And something actually that I think more than these metrics is important is we had conversations in the room. People by the end of the day, we're feeling comfortable enough to just ask questions that, because they didn't take crop science in high school or in college, so they could ask, what is coming out of those crop dusters? Or actually, what does that smell when I drive on this road? Should I be worried about that? Is it bad for my health? And often those questions can easily turn into an adversarial conversation or a conflict-driven conversation, but because we had established that we were coming at this from an educational perspective, that we were coming at this with an open mind, I think we had a productive and educational conversation for those involved. I did want to thank my colleagues who are listed here, both for their ideas in putting together these workshops and making them possible. So some of the resources that the Ag Law Education Initiative has include a guide on the Right to Farm law, which is available on our website and has been mentioned a couple times today already. We are participants in a blog called the Extension Risk Management blog. We have several blog posts and will continue to post about Right to Farm as the issues come up, including things like how Right to Farm affects the production of different crops, the North Carolina case, and Right to Farm constitutional. Thank you.
And our final speaker today is James Fisher from DPI to talk a little bit about what the poultry industry is doing with good neighbor relations.
Thank you. Happy to be here. So Delmarva Poultry Industry, what I'm with is a trade organization. We have about 1,700 members around Delmarva. About 1,000 of those members are farmers raising chickens. And one service that we provide those members is helping to make them aware of practices and things they can do on their farms, both to make them more profitable and to help them have better neighbor relations. That's been a consistent theme for many decades for farmers, is trying to limit the number of complaints they have from neighbors about their operations, and that's more and more, as I mentioned, that when developments are moving closer and closer to areas that previously were solely agricultural. So one significant tool that we suggest to farmers and to our members is a fancy name for a simple thing: vegetative environmental buffers. And this is what we mean by that in a chicken farm context is simply a living fence, can be evergreen trees, shrubs, or sort of tall, warm season grasses that are, either on the property line or sort of around a chicken house to surround the chicken house, even kind of pretty closely. We have been sort of really focused on this since about 2000. That was a time when the standards of chicken houses were changing. The past practices had been to kind of have passive ventilation. You would have a sort of a mesh sidewall for part of the chicken house. If it was hot, you would take away a panel to let air move through. If it was cold, you put the panel back in to preserve warmth. That changed to the industry standard today of tunnel ventilation, where you actively had fans pulling air in on one side and pushing it out the other. That had a lot of benefits for animal welfare. I mean, it was adopted for good reason. Gave farmers a lot more control over temperature, humidity, and ammonia. But it also involved sort of actively pushing air from inside a chicken house out. And sometimes when those fans were pointed at neighbors' property lines, or if they weren't, it started to become more apparent to neighbors that there was a chicken farm over there. And so that made life more complicated for some of them and for some of our members. So when we first started experimenting and helping farmers experiment with vegetative buffers, our goal at first was simply to prevent, dust and odor from crossing the property line and bothering neighbors. But as we had, dozens and then hundreds of farms experiment with this, we found some kind of surprising second-order benefits that made it easier for us to try to go out and pitch to growers, maybe you should try this. So we found not only did a buffer, when installed correctly, block dust and odor, it also blocked noise. It made it harder for neighbors to hear machinery or the tunnel fans running, and that was a good benefit. We also found that simply visually screening a farm from neighboring roads or neighboring properties, that probably had a good effect of lowering complaints. A lot of farmers would tell you that people around their farms smell with their eyes. We had more than one farmer say, I just built the chicken house, I just put the finishing touches on it. It's never had a bird in it, and I'm already getting complaints about the smell. So we said, well, if you're screening your house from your neighbors, they're a little less likely to do that. We also found that buffers could actually provide energy savings, monetary savings for the growers. If you have a buffer that's shading the area where your tunnel fans are, it's cooling the air that is being drawn in to the house. And in the summer, that saves money on your utility bill. If you have a buffer that's planted in a way that acts as a windbreak to keep strong winds from reaching the sidewalls of your house, you're saving energy costs in the winter. So while that wasn't a good neighbor part of those buffers, but it did make it an easier sell for us to go around and convince growers to try them, because then we were able to say to them, this isn't just a touchy-feely thing you're doing, this may actually save you money. We also noticed, and observed that a buffer's roots could improve water quality in the soil around the house. And I want to point out, these buffers are generally not part of the farm's nutrient management plan. the tools in an NMP, are and remain the manure storage shed to keep rainwater off of manure, and soil testing to make sure you don't apply litter on a field that already has enough nutrients. So we didn't, we're not presenting these buffers as part of that NMP, but they, because you can have, dozens or hundreds of rooted plants in the soil where there weren't any before, you can be uptaking nutrients that happen to be there, whether there's a chicken farm there or not. So for 10 years now, we've had a DPI employee, Jim Passwaters, whose sole job is to visit farms, talk with farmers, and sort of explain to them, what a buffer is, if they're interested in it, how they might, maybe can go obtain cost share funding to help support it. We can help, Jim through DPI can help with the installation of the buffers, and we can kind of look out for their interests as more and more chicken companies and local governments start to adopt buffers in their chicken farm regulations. There are counties on Delmarva that for new construction now actually require a vegetative buffer to be installed. So in recent years, we've gotten involved to make sure that the expectations for that buffer size at the moment of installation, the moment the farm gets up and running, are realistic. We had a locality on Virginia's Eastern Shore where a farmer, knew that was a requirement to have buffers. So he went to have a site plan written. The site planner wasn't too familiar with these farms, and he included in the site plan filed with the county, very mature trees, hundreds of mature trees. So the county is relying on, okay, in order to have this farm operate, you need to have 10-foot tall trees in, and that's, thousands and thousands of dollars. So we want to try to make sure that governments haven't, when they're expecting these buffers, they understand it's much more realistic to have them start small and grow big. That's more cost effective for the farmer, and it makes it more likely that those buffers will last. So what does the future of buffers look like? So we are experimenting more and more with pollinator-friendly buffers on farms. So adding into the mix wildflowers or other plants that attract pollinators. Obviously, that'll have a benefit for all the other parts of ag that need pollination to happen. It saves growers time and money by eliminating spaces on their farm they would otherwise have to mow for grass. If you don't have to go out and get on the mower every 2 weeks and tackle your grass patch, if you plant it as a pollinator-friendly buffer and tackle it twice a year, then that's saving you time and money. We're also helping growers sort of experiment with buffers around stormwater management ponds on their farms. Newer farms tend to be following, local regulations that require stormwater management features that older farms weren't required to have, and ponds are often a feature of that. So we're very interested in seeing what works for buffer plants around those ponds. The catch and the complication is we don't want to inadvertently create habitat for wildfowl that may want to see that as a rest stop, because that creates an avian influenza risk for the farmer. Wildfowl, ducks, and geese can be carriers of AI, and we definitely don't want to encourage them to spend any more time on a chicken farm than they already might want to do. So that it is an area where, the farmer's interest and the neighbor interest and the water quality interest, we have to do a balance there. But overall, DPI is really committed to promoting and helping farmers install these. We absolutely think they make for better neighbor relations. Jim has visited 70 farms this year to help them work with that. He's been in phone conversations with even more farmers than that. We think they offer concrete benefits for farmers, and they help smooth out, and avoid tensions where they otherwise might be. So we're committed to doing it, and we're happy to talk to anybody who will listen about why farmers might want to do that and how they can go about it. Thank you.
So we have time for some questions. Who has questions? I see Kate and a hand in the back. I don't know my mic.
Thanks, and this is for the folks affiliated with University of Maryland. We heard this morning about some of the activities by these taxpayer-funded legal clinics for wannabe gardeners in urban areas of the state. I'm interested in learning what kind of free legal resources are available to farmers that are taxpayer-funded, like these legal clinics, to assist them when they're facing a right-to-farm issue.
So some of the resources that are available include the resources that I listed here and more. So the Agricultural Law Education Initiative, our main mission is to provide free or free or almost free resources to Maryland farmers to navigate not just right-to-farm issues, but the variety of legal issues that farmers face in all aspects of their business. All of our resources are available online. They're free. They are mostly taxpayer funded. And we we have a hotline. We do a lot of workshops and make ourselves available to farmers whenever a conflict may arise, including education before that may happen, and the ability to ask questions about personal situations.
So specifically, these legal clinics and environmental law and small businesses, are they going to represent a farmer who is facing a right-to-farm issue?
We're not going to comment on who the clinics are going to represent. Is there any other questions on this topic? Go ahead.
Yeah, my question is for Mr. Fisher. You talked about smell a lot. So smell is often associated with particulate matter in the air. Can you just kind of talk about like air quality monitoring a little bit?
Yeah, so there's research from southern universities. I think the University of Georgia has taken a look at what buffers can do to prevent particles that are on a chicken farm from leaving the farm. I don't have the numbers, the exact numbers in my head, but they've documented that when you have a farm with no buffer versus a farm with a buffer, and you stand 300 or 500 or 1,000 feet away, there's measurable difference. You get lower amount of particles and ammonia at those distances when a buffer is in place.
And I'll just chime in a little bit. In our case, so what we do is we use mainly woody biomass, but carbonaceous materials, so straw, used horse bedding that, it still has a lot of life as far as carbon, but they're cleaning it out of the horse stalls. And we mix it together, and then we use it to deep bed our pigs. And so what happens is the ammonia and nitrogen is soaked in by that carbon, so it doesn't create the smell that you would have on, say, concrete. And so that's one of the reasons why the neighbors never even knew we had pigs, because, well, there was no smell. So
we have time for one more question.
Any more questions? All right, well, help me thank our panelists.
thank you, everybody. Enjoy your holidays.
Thank you. So thanks, everyone. We're going to have the Dean of the University of Maryland College of Agriculture and Natural Resources, Dean Craig Bairuti, and give our closing remarks. But before he gets up here, I noticed that the link in the program to our conference materials was not working. So if you go to our website, umaglaw.org, we do have a conference section, so all of the slides from today will be available online, and I do apologize for that error. So Dean Bairuti.
Great, thank you. My name is Craig Bairuti. I'm Dean of the College of Ag and Natural Resources, and along with my other two Dean colleagues, I certainly want to thank you all for being here today. I got in here late, had some meetings over on campus that got me here a little bit late, so I was able to actually hear some bit of the talks right before the lunch period, but I was absolutely overwhelmed by the number of people that were here today. I mean, I was talking to Paul, this is the largest number that they've had over the last several years that they've actually done this, and I think it's going to continue to grow as more and more people learn about ALEI and what they can actually provide along those lines. First of all, and I'm going to ask you to do a couple of things. One is give the speakers a round of applause. They were absolutely well prepared, very, very good. Topics were right on target, absolutely outstanding. The other thing is I'd like you to give the working group, our attorneys, a round of applause as well. That's the working group. They put all this together. What's really exciting about this is that it really brings 3 different universities together: University of Maryland Eastern Shore, University of Maryland Baltimore, University of Maryland College Park. You don't find anything like this anywhere else in the United States. This is a real treasure. Having a group of individuals that really know and understand kind of the legal environment that we all work within, and you deal with this on a day-to-day basis, is truly outstanding, and it's a treasure that we have here at the University of Maryland. It's a treasure that we have along the Delmarva Peninsula as well. I came from a university over at Colorado before coming here, and believe me, the legal issues that we dealt with, and we had no idea how to give advice about these legal issues to individuals that really were dealing with air quality, for instance, and water quality issues. And water lawyers, I mean, their water is like whiskey, right? You fight over it, you don't drink it, and it's a real problem. And here, it's absolutely spectacular. So again, thank you, our working group, for putting this together. Maryland has, and I'll parrot a little bit about what Suzanne Dorsey had alluded to early on. Maryland really leads the United States, certainly in diversity of agriculture, but also in terms of agriculture in relationship to the environment. And we're always thinking about the environment, and really the reason for that is because we've got the Chesapeake Bay, and it's always in our back pocket. We're always thinking about that. Air quality, we've got urbanization here. We probably lead the nation in terms of urban agriculture and all aspects dealing with the urban food system. We lead the nation in terms of water quality and water quality issues as well. We also lead the nation in terms of farmers and producers that have a tremendous amount of savvy with regards to not only producing, hopefully in an economic sort of way, and that's really what we're trying to help farmers do, but do it in a way that's also environmentally sustainable as well. And that's not an easy thing to do. And Maryland, I think, certainly leads the nation in terms of how to do this in a very positive sort of way. But there are all sorts of landmines associated with that as well. And many of those landmines were brought up today. And this is why I think the ALEI is so important to be able to address some of these landmines. Now, keep in mind also, ALEI stands for Ag Law Education Initiative. It is not Ag Law Advice or Advisory Initiative. They are not lawyers that you can go to and seek advice from. They are lawyers or attorneys that know and understand the environment in which we work and can be able to provide you what the rules and regulations are and the policies and those kinds of things. And they're very, very well versed in that as well. And so you have an outstanding group of individuals here that can provide that information. Upcoming topics, I know that they're going to be working on issues of food safety, for instance, hemp, and the issues all around hemp, and hemp growing is a big area as well, and certainly on farm succession. And so keep those topics in mind as well. Be thinking about other programs that you can participate in that they're going to be presenting throughout the year. In addition to that, their website, I think, is an outstanding website. Provides to you a whole host of written information. There are videos that they have put together as well. They also lead the nation in terms of taking leadership on some of the law-related journals. I mean, these are experts that are highly regarded throughout the nation. So on behalf of the University of Maryland, collectively, on behalf of Extension and on behalf of ALEI, thank you all for being here. I hope that this was very beneficial for you. We're going to continue to do this in future years. Thank you.